This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Here at Pridelands, we are watching the sun rolling into the sapphire sky, a brilliant orange fireball. I can't wait to see what the rest of the day brings. Welcome aboard your live safari from the African bush. Yes, welcome to Pridelands and this beautiful, gorgeous orange fireball rising in the sky. Can't wait to see what else we're going to find this morning. It's a gorgeous silhouetted sunrise. It's a beautiful start to the day. I can't get much better than that for one's mental health. Hi, my name is Mike. Behind the camera we've got Seb, and you're joining us here at Eco Training's Pridelands Conservancy. And remember, this is a live safari straight from the bush. So please don't forget to send your questions through to hashtag CGTNWild, and of course at Wild Earth on Twitter. And we'll try and answer them live on air for you, which will be fantastic. But right now we're just sitting and listening to this gorgeous morning as it unfolds around us. Lots of birds calling in the distance, watching the sky change from those dark purple hues and oranges into a nice, bright and wonderful day. It's incredibly still this morning. You can just hear a few Cape turtle doves cooing in the distance, waking up. They are the survivors of a cold and dark night. Who else might we find that survived the night?
A beautiful sunrise indeed, even here at Tswalu Game Reserve. It is beautifully orange. Hello everyone, it's me, Trishal, and I've got Theo on camera this morning. I'm very excited to be back and to see you all. And I must tell you as well that just along here, so we're on Viatella access at the moment, and there's a game path that goes across, in fact one that Hukumuri used to use quite often, and we saw Luca walking from the north using that game path all the way down, possibly going towards the den, or at least in the southerly direction, and quite bloodied, which is interesting. But not bloodied from a fight, because I know there was some audio last night in the dam cam as well that may have indicated a hyena fight, lots of growls and squealing and things like that. But he actually looked like he had tucked into a meal, and he'd had some blood around him for the morning to look good. Anyway, as I said, on Viatella access, so we're actually going towards Simbambili this morning, and we're going to try and find a Kara again. Last time I saw Kara, who is a Shudulu and Hukumuri's daughter, last time I saw Kara was about a month and a bit, and she managed to climb a tree that Shudulu had a kill in, which was the most adorable thing, because she kind of climbed it like a spider, shuffling around it like that, which is super cool, because normally when we see leopards scaling up a tree, it's very agile. So I would love it to see just how beautiful and big she's gotten. So we're going to try and find her in Simbambili. In fact, Triple, you say the chameleon whisperer is back? Oh, where is she, Triple? Guys, I'm so excited, so excited. Last night, I said to the bush, I was a little bit anxious. Every time you get back into the driver's seat, and in front of you guys, you get this build up again, which is quite nice. I like it. It's this excited nervousness that keeps you going. And last night I asked the bush, or I asked myself and the bush, what shall we see tomorrow? And I heard it say show me all the colors. Show everyone all the colors. So we're going to look at some colors today, beautiful colors, and of course try and find Kara the leopardess.
Look, we've got a bit of discipline going on here. Unbelievable, beautiful sighting. What is that? Is that a piece of diker? Do you see that? A bit of discipline there, everyone. It wasn't very nice of Thandi to her little baby cub. Oh, wow. This is just so special. We arrived just at the right time. Got a lovely view of the baby climbing up the tree. Thandi dispatching some motherly advice through the form of a rather vicious glare. We are very lucky. We are very, very lucky. Many oohs and ahs from all of you, exclaiming the wonder of the sighting with good reason. Yes, JC, Cat Day certainly has officially begun, and it's begun in the best possible way. With this magnificent little cat and his mum. Oh, what a day. What a way to start. You know, it's after months and months of searching, hoping, wanting to see this cat and spend some time with him. And now we've had him for 2 days, which is just unbelievably special. Jenny, I don't think he was given a time out. I think he was sent to have his breakfast. I think it was explained to him in no uncertain terms that he needs to eat his food before he can play. And that's what he's doing. You heard all the cameras going as he started to climb. Everyone is very excited. Everyone is absolutely delighted by the sight of this little cat. And I actually think he's relaxed quite a lot while he's been here. And because he hasn't spent a lot of time with vehicles. But I think with the cars cycling through here yesterday and today, I feel like he wouldn't have climbed this tree with us so close yesterday morning, but that he's relaxed over the course of the last day. James, I mean, I don't know that I can remember that. When Hosana was this age, 6 months or so, or just under, how big was he in comparison with this chap? I don't know. I would have said that Hosana was stockier. I remember Hosana being a very stocky little leopard. Now, for those of you who don't know, Hosana was a leopard that we watched from the day he was born. And he will be... He's approaching he's 4.5 now. And I remember him being very stocky and possibly stockier than this fellow, about the same, maybe the same height and length. But I remember him being stockier. but I could be wrong. Remember that Hosanna had a little sister with him all the time, so he would naturally have looked stockier, because his sister was always slighter than he was. And this cat is Hosanna's nephew. And we think his father is Mulwati, the male leopard, and Mulwati, compared with Hosanna's dad, who's Tingana, I'd say they're pretty similar size and pretty similar shape, actually. Bit macabre. We'll steer for as long as we can. What a perfect way to start our Saturday.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to and Beyond Punda Private Game Reserve. My name is Damon, and behind the camera we've got Craig, and we've come out this morning in search of that group of lions from yesterday, the lionesses with the 5 cubs. But just on the way there, we have come across something pretty special. And I know that we've shown these to you before, but I've never seen such a concentration of them. I mean, look how many I've got here in front of me. These are all fossils of prehistoric creatures that lived in the oceans around here, kind of from the mid-Cretaceous to late Cretaceous. And here in the banks, the old dunes of the southern parts of and Beyond Punda, where it was once the bottom of the ocean, we can often find pretty good deposits of these fossils. And like I said, they're prehistoric marine invertebrates. They're called ammonites. So this is just a fragment of the shell. So where you can see now, that's kind of the bottom of the shell, and it would have been a complete circle with almost like little concentric circles in the middle of it. So you can see that over there. And what it would have been like I don't know if any of you have seen a nautilus before. Almost like a squid with a shell on it, and that's exactly what this is, a prehistoric cephalopod. And it would have had a little opening at the one side of its shell, like a snail, and out of that its little tentacles would have come out, and it would have used those tentacles to help it to catch food. Would have had a big eye that it could use to spot both prey and predator, and a little jet, almost like a little, exactly like a squid has, and it would have used that to propel itself, squirting water out as it darted around the ocean. But I mean, look at this. There's a plethora of them here on the ground in these kind of clay deposits, and some of them have even got. You can even see. Have a look at that one there. They've got. It's almost like the little compartments inside the bodies have been fossilized too. So look at that there. By comparison, this first one that I had, you can't quite see the compartments in it, but it's almost like minerals have started to seep into the shell, and it started to form these little quartz crystals. And that's something we see quite often with these ammonites. Is that because of the body was hard on the outside, a hard shell, and then soft on the inside, and as those tissues inside kind of rotted out and got worn away, these minerals would seep in and form these little quartz crystals in here. And I'm sure that if you were to polish this up, it would look really pretty. Obviously now it's been lying in the mud, so it's quite dirty. But all different shapes and sizes. Look at this one. It looks almost like a woodlouse. Linda, you're asking if we would take these to a museum, and funny enough, Craig and myself were just discussing that now. Linda, we would not. No, we'll leave these out here in the bush for ourselves and for guests to enjoy as well. There's plenty of specimens of them in museums already. I'm sure that if someone were to be, maybe we had a paleontologist here or an archaeologist here, and they were to discover, well, more than likely a paleontologist, if they were to discover maybe one that hadn't been discovered or hadn't been seen before, or that looked a bit unusual, they might take it to a museum for some research. But otherwise, we just leave them. And we're very lucky, like I said, that they are, if you find the right place, the right geology, you can find a good amount of them. And like I said, it's normally on like the edges of hillsides where there's clay soil from the marine deposits from kind of 89 to about 100 million years ago. If you find that the right kind of place where there's been a bit of erosion, you can often find these fossils. And I had a look around as well. Sometimes you can even find, so look on the back here, there's a very distinctive kind of pattern, like little ridges along the back of these shells. And sometimes you can even find rocks where basically fossils where the shell of the ammonite has been imprinted into a rock. And you can see the little patterns in the rock. Very cool. I'm going to put these back where I found them, and then myself and Craig are going to carry on, see if we can find those lions.
And good morning to all our viewers, and welcome to And Beyond Ngala. We are on the bank of the Timbavati riverbed, where the sun is just warming things up in these areas. My name is Yapi, and behind the camera we have Gerrit this morning. And we have just decided to stop in one of these clearings, and we're having a good listen out for any sounds that might help us with finding some animals this morning. We're hoping maybe for branches breaking, a herd of elephants early morning coming down towards the riverbed. Maybe even some alarm calls, or interesting birds warming themselves up in the sun. And once that sun is high enough to be over the tree in the distance, and I'm pretty sure we'll start to see some of the general game animals, the zebra, the wildebeest, and lots of impala move into these clearings. I think myself and Gerrit's gonna continue along the riverbed, or the bank of the river, try and see if we can pick up on any tracks or anything else that might be interesting.
Hello, good morning, welcome to the Masai Mara. And to start our day, we have the beautiful Topi in a distance. Hello once again, my name is Isaac. Welcome to the Masai Mara. On camera I have Big James. It's a beautiful morning. It's almost 7:45, and we're heading to the river, see what we're gonna find for you guys. If there's something, we're gonna stick by the river, and if there isn't, we're gonna go out and find some wildebeest for you guys. Here we have the same guy we've been seeing the same, the last few days, Topi. These are resident ones. They do migrate, but we do have those ones that stay here. That one definitely, it's a male. You can tell it's not feeding on all grass because it's moving quite a lot. The tall grass is elephant grass, very coarse, hence its name. Only the elephant can chew on it. These guys are in a very dangerous area, and that's why they're not feeding. They are very alert, because anything could be lurking in the long grass. Remember to engage us, ask us questions on hashtag CGTN or hashtag Wild Earth. Any questions and comments are very, very welcome. This is live, and we're gonna be live for the next 4 hours, so you have plenty of time to come up with a question. Yeah, that's another male. Looks like the ones in short grass. Yeah, Jumbo. Yeah, they look like they're very wary. They're moving. I don't know what they have in mind, but this is not a good area for them. There's 2 more in a very open area. Yeah, heading to meet up with the others. Remember, Topi is one of our fastest antelopes in East Africa, catching top speeds of up to 65 kilometers an hour, and can maintain that for up to almost 400 meters, so they can outrun most of the predators we find here in our plains. They are not easily preyed on by all the predators, but every now and then they make a mistake because early hours of morning they like dozing in long grass or in small groups, so they can easily be ambushed. Yeah, those guys are heading to join the others, and looks like they have a mission. They're crossing the road towards the other side. James is gonna share that with you, and then I'm gonna follow them a little bit and see where they're heading.
We have something which is not quite as fast, but also a herbivore, and one of the very most dangerous animals that you can probably find out here in the bush. It's of course an African buffalo. We had a herd of them last night at our waterhole late in the evening, and we've come to see where they went, and we've just found these group of big strong bulls, sometimes called dugger boys, because of that mud that you see on their sides. But this one here is a bit nervous because of a cold, dark night. This buffalo is probably a little bit shy. It's hiding amongst these sticks and branches with a lovely yellow-billed hornbill that's serenading it. Oh, it's also missing a piece of its tail. This buffalo has obviously come into contact with lions at some point in its life, and so it's very wary. I don't think any buffalo can get to this age and size without at some point having had an encounter with lions, and usually coming off better, to be honest. Buffaloes are very, very powerful animals, and they are not one to be trifled with. These buffaloes are slowly mobile, moving in the direction of Leopard Dam, although it will take a long time for them to reach there. But look at that, strong muscles pushing through any of the branches and sticks and thorns without any issues whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, the thorns are really tough and powerful and sharp, and the horns as well, incredible. Buffaloes are just the meanest creatures. I mean, a reputation for being mean, but it's not undeserved, but also, when you don't threaten them, when they're not feeling threatened, they can be very docile animals. Look at that. How well they hide. Imagine you're walking or driving past here, you wouldn't even notice them until it was right on top of you, or you were right on top of it. Well, both of those situations wouldn't be very pleasant, to be honest. I've been there a few times myself on walks where all of a sudden one of these old buffaloes that's trailing the herd hasn't got great hearing and eyesight anymore, is just sleeping in the shade, and all of a sudden you stumble across them and it stands up 5 meters away from you, and you think, oh my goodness, is this how it all ends? Well, I'm still here, so that's good. I think more luck than anything else. And there they disappear into the thickets. They're heading down this little hillside towards a bit of a drainage line, so perhaps the rest of the herd is down there somewhere. Well, we'll keep following them and see where they lead us.
From buffaloes in the prime lands to ostriches in the lowlands of the savannah in Masai Mara. Jumbo everybody, and how are you all doing? Hello. We got an ostrich there, and in the background is one of the gates that brings people or visitors to the Masai Mara. And how are you all doing? Jumbo, my name is David, as usual, and with me on camera today is Bungay. Bungay, how are you, sir? Very excited. Welcome to this part of the Mara. Isaac is on the other side, and I'm here. And my plans today are to look in these open areas, possibly to hunt for a cheetah. That's what I was telling Cast in the final controls, directing the show, and saying those could be my plans today. But basically, I want to touch every area that I have not been since I've been away from the Mara. So seeing a Maasai ostrich in that beautiful land is something wonderful, isn't it? And I'm sure you all know that is a boy. And good morning to all of you, good evening maybe to some of you, depending on where you come from in the world. I'm not saying we all know ostriches are different. They have such a big sexual dimorphism in terms of differences of males and females, and you can tell that one is a boy black and white, pink legs, pink necks and head. Very majestic, and you will not miss an ostrich in the Masai Mara, especially on the savanna grassland, because of their height. Bungei, if you want, over my head, not sure whether my head will obstruct you, but I think I've seen a female, and it's good to show the viewers what I'm talking about, the differences between the males and the females. I'm sure they all know, but just as a quick reminder that the females are grayish, brownish in color, and not as bright as the males. Well done. So I would want to believe these male and female are in the same flock. You very rarely see ostriches in very big flocks of 15, 20. Once in a while you do, depending on the area you're looking them at. For example, Nairobi National Park being a small conservation area, you might see 15, 20 ostriches together. But the Masai Mara is diverse, is huge. Lisa, how are you? I don't know what time it is where you are in the world. I would say good morning from my part. But Lisa, Jambo means hello. Jambo means konnichiwa. Jambo means basically hello. Kenya is a country with about 45 different dialects, and our national language, Lisa, is what we say we call Kiswahili. So Jambo means hello, and it means hola, it means konnichiwa, it means bonjour. All right, moving on, Bungei.
Right, we found Tundi again. She came down the tree. Well, actually, the cub took the food down the tree. Then they started feeding in a thicket. And now Tundi has wrested the breakfast from the baby. And he's just behind her now. We've had to do some serious maneuvering to get into this position. There's the little one. He's now chuffing at her. Oh, look. He's definitely much more relaxed than he was yesterday, you know. BK, I think let me just move in here. I wouldn't describe Tandi's mood as particularly cheerful. Shh, shh, shh. Can you see her? No, he's just there. Her mood is not very cheerful today. I don't know if she was snarling at us or at the cub. Or both. He's got a nice fat little belly now. Tony, you want to know how big Tundi is? I put her weight at around about 45 kilograms. I'd say that's probably what she weighs. She's, yeah, I'm trying to think of a dog breed. I mean, she's like an enormous mastiff, I guess, or really a pretty big, oh no, like a mastiff. She's the size of a mastiff. Now she's chuffing at him. You got both, BK? You can't see her properly. Okay, do you want me to move quickly? How's that? Yeah? sun's just starting to come out, dappling the ground with little shafts of light. Yeah, I feel like he's relaxed substantially since yesterday. He's looking up because there's a bit of clicking of bushes behind us. I think it's just the wind as it comes up. I'm not sure where the hyenas went or why they gave up on this. She's calling him. Or she's coughing. She might just have a hairball. Now yesterday, I forget who it was and I'm sorry about that. And there are probably quite a few of you who did this, but you spotted her giving a little bit of a snarl as the vehicles pulled into the sighting yesterday. And so she continues to be, shall we say, relatively cantankerous, but she's been very tolerant for her, given how many people have come through the sighting over the last 2 days.
Right, we are probably going to head up into that area after about the 10. Okay, copy.
And nobody else is coming to the sighting. I can't believe it. We have it all to ourselves. Well, I'm going to sit here and try and get some pictures. And, well, I won't have to leave with any luck.
Thanks to our tracking vehicle, we've managed to catch up with the 2 lionesses and the 5 youngsters that you spent yesterday morning with Matt and Craig. Isn't that just the most gorgeous scene? The golden light coming through, the green vegetation there. I'm just going to keep quiet for a second, just listen to the sounds that are coming from there. They're busy chewing on the remains of that warthog. Can you hear those whines of the cubs? The cubs moaning and groaning. Ooh. And then there's that deep snarling growl. And the odd crunch of bones. Now there's not very much left of this warthog. I was going to say, apparently all of you are amazed too that there's still some warthog left, because when we left this carcass yesterday, the male lion was busy with it, and I was sure that he was going to eat every last bit of it, save for maybe the skull. But there's still, it seems like, some small bones left, and the cubs are gnawing on some of them, and then this lioness is also chewing on them too. And I don't know if you can hear this, there's still like this low growl that's coming from that direction. And amazingly, it's not just the lioness that's making that sound. Even at this young age, and these cubs, ooh, like that sound there, that little bark, that was one of the cubs that made that. amazing that these cubs, looking so small and cute and cuddly, are able to produce those terrifying sounds when it comes to food and defending their food. But then on the flip side, they make that cute little yowling sound every now and then, as if to try and get Mom's sympathy. Please, Mom, let me have that little bit of bone. I'm so hungry. Or listen to the crunching. Kibby, you're saying that the bones crunching is a scary sound for you. Kibby, I think I speak for both myself and Craig when I say that it's scary for us too, because those are not small bones that she's busy crunching through. And to think of the immense jaw strength that it must take to crunch those bones like she's doing, I don't think we can even fathom how strong those jaws are. Never mind the fact that, I mean, they're sharp, and like, when she bites them, those little splinters of bone could cut her mouth. Oh, look! You see bushes shaking. Cubs having a little bit of a tiff between themselves. Oh, here comes another lioness. Let's see what happens here. There's another lioness coming in from the right. Very cautiously approaching. Doesn't want to unleash the wrath of her youngsters or the other lioness. Listen to her contact calling. Oh, look at the other lioness on the left now. She's really growling. Look at her tail tip. I'll just be able to see to the left of her body that little black tail tip of hers. And every time she growls, she twitches that tail tip, or she flicks her tail. Just a sign of kind of a lion body language indicating that she's upset, that she's grumpy. A way for her to warn the other lions that she's irritated by what they're doing. So much sound going on. Almost like a contrast of two different kind of sounds or two different ends of the lion sound spectrum, if you will. There's that lovely, cute, soft yowling from the cubs, and then the next moment they break from that into this deep, throaty growl. Like I said, you can't believe it comes from a little cub like that. But of course, for these cubs, even at this young age, they've got to start asserting themselves over their siblings and over their cousins, and even competing with their mothers at carcasses for food. The lioness is up. She's walking towards us. If she maybe comes into the open here. Oh, look at that! Look at that big scar on her back leg, and the cub's following her. Little cub sticking close to Mum. I'm just going to duck down, see if I maybe get... Oh, here comes another one. Never mind. 1, 2, 3. So 3 of the little ones. 3 of the little ones here. I think the other 2 are with the other lioness. Still on that carcass. Here comes another one coming past the tracker seat. They're on the move. It'll be interesting to see where these lions go from here, seeing as they've eaten not only this warthog that they're busy finishing off now, but they killed a second warthog around the middle of the afternoon yesterday. So they should be pretty full. It'll be interesting to see where they go, and myself and Craig are going to try and keep up with them.
Welcome back again, guys, and I have arrived at the Mara River. and I have found one of its residents, the famous Nile crocodile. That is a monster size one. Look at the size of him. Look at the armor, the scales or the armor on his back. That is a fully grown, mature crocodile. He swam past me and he's going up. I don't know what he's decided, but he's gone under. That is one big one. Oh, he's swimming faster for some reason. And there we go. I was there and now I'm not. That's how quickly they appear and disappear. Another resident of the Mara River, the hippopotamus, and those looks like they could be two either males that have been kicked away from the main pod because they are all by themselves. Of course, this river is infested with, crocodiles and hippos. Every stretch of about 100 meters, there is always a pod of hippos, and every about 20 square meters, there is a crocodile. So this is not a place to go skinny dipping. We don't do that here. Otherwise, you'd be on a suicide mission. From a distance, if we zoom for you, you will see there is a small herd of wildebeest that has congregated. They seem to be very cold. There is an outline of a black top, of their heads. If you look just above, from the bare bank, just climb up in between the shrubbery trees, there's a bit of grass. Those are wildebeest, and they've been standing there since I arrived about 10 minutes ago. We are at the crossing. Like I said before, they have a mind of their own. They will, stand there for a little bit and then all of a sudden decide to cross, and they might climb down this way. If I got your name right, Dala, you say, how do you know that a crocodile is full? Well, their size can show. Their tummies are usually very bloated, and they look very big. So definitely we know when they're full. And this time of the year, there's no doubt, 90% of them have been feeding very, very well, so they're very full. I have no doubt, knowing when a crocodile is full or not. But remember, it is a predator. It will still hunt no matter how full it is. I have seen that, in this stretch of the river where they go for something, it's just like, fun. They just go kill it, swim upstream with it, they release it, and then follow it downstream. It's like they're playing, it's like a sort of a game. There's lots of sounds going on. Here there is a cocky francolin, there is hippos, and other birds. I don't know if you can hear them. They've gone quiet as I spoke now. I don't know why. But let's listen a little bit. I could hear the cocky francolin going. Yeah, I could hear them, the cocky francolin going. Yeah, that's a hippo. Yeah. See where that hippo is, looks like he's lying on his side, so it's not as deep. I'm gonna wait here and then give you an update in a while. Hopefully, you send me all those positive vibes so that those wildebeest can come and we can witness another crossing. So I'm waiting here. Let's see what's gonna happen.
We are also waiting. Our waiting is slightly different from Isaac's waiting, of course. We are waiting to see what will happen with our little cub and his mum. Mum is still eating. Cub is, well, in fact, just been sleeping. Now looks like we might have a bit of activity. No, don't go down there. We can't see you down there. That is hopeless. Hopeless effort. We'll keep watching Mum for now, and then I can move. There's a nice little position I can move into, actually. So we do that. We can. We just need to maneuver a little bit forward, back, forward, back. Any of you enjoying his little belly? Yes, I'm sure he's enjoying his plump belly too, because it means he's not hungry. Where? Can you see him? Where's he going? Is he going that way? BK can see him. I think let's wait here. We'll keep an eye on Tandy. We don't have a view of him at the moment, but it's just too deep. We'll just keep an eye on Tandy. It's a bit deep in there for us to get a view of the cub. BK did see him move down into the deeper stuff. So I think we'll just be patient and wait for now. Oh, he's climbing a tree. I can hear him. Can you hear BK? He's climbing up one of these trees. There are just too many other trees in front of the tree that he's climbing. There he is. He's on the bank. I think he'll come round to Mum now. She's just calling him. Here he comes. I suppose that parents of only children have the same feeling that I'm getting now with this little fellow, and wondering if it wouldn't be more pleasant for him to have a sibling, because he's clearly quite playful. He is a baby cat after all. Now he's stalking his mother. And he has got those outsized paws of the young predator. I suppose especially of the young male predator. His mother is in imminent danger now. He's stalking her. He thinks he's being very stealthy. She obviously knows exactly where he is and what he's about. Because he's making a noise that even I can hear. It is sad that he lost his playmate, but Tundi has raised lots of single cubs very successfully. Now he's gone into stealth sleep mode. Let's give him a minute to see if he'll continue his approach, and then we'll just go back a little bit. His ability to stay silent was very poor there. I could hear his footfalls. So no doubt his mother could far better than I could. He's going to have to do some work on his stalking, which is of course exactly what he was doing there, practicing. I'm sure he thinks he's very stealthy, in the same way that young boys think that they're the fastest runners in the class. James, the stalking was just too much for him. Let me just shift back slightly, BK. I think you'll get a better view. Is that better? Not really. Are you happy there? Forward. Same. I think this is better, so because if he does decide to climb that tree, we'll have a nice view.
Well done, James, for this morning with Tandy and her son. Well, got some two boys here, as you can see, and they are sizing each other. Funny enough, one of them looks a little bigger than the other. And normally when we see them fighting, or what sometimes we call necking, the bulls tend to be of the same size. But here you can tell there's a huge difference between the two. We call it necking because they basically use their necks for the fight, and unfortunately some of these fights have been fatal, or you end up seeing one of the males losing an eye, or one of the ossicons maybe getting broken, or maybe knocking each other's teeth out. Now, these are the Maasai giraffe. As we all know, this is the type or the species of giraffes that we got in this part of the Mara or the world. The times when these fights take on forever, you'll see them going for an hour, 2 hours, until you get one being subdued or one just like, winning. And once in a while you'll see the winner mounting on the loser. And it's always a sign of submission, It's all about dominance. And chances are these are two bulls, and I had seen two of the bulls before getting here. I had four male giraffes, and whoever maybe comes out the winner here might be dominant and goes to tag along with the females. Of course, they'll always pause for a few seconds as they plan what to do next. And you can see the one farthest to your screen is much bigger than the other one. Look at their coats and see how different they are in color. And you can tell, of course, as they age, the colors of the coats get darker. Oops. That's going to be hard, eh? I'm happy that all of you are enjoying watching this. Initially I thought it was a play fight, but I do not think it is now. This one, I would say, definitely is all about dominance. And it's a proper fight, because before I got here I could hear how they were hitting each other and the loud noise. That's not play. Sometimes last year, but we had two male giraffes right here in the Mara Triangle that fought. And funny, one of them died in the morning, and I heard the other one died later in the day, which was rather strange. And as I said, these fights could be fatal. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, should you want to send comments or questions, please don't be shy. Just do it. We have seen elephants once in a while. If they go for a fight, say young bulls for one reason or another, we have always seen the matriarchs or the big older females come in to separate them. But for fights of giraffes, is one particular species I haven't seen anybody bothered to come and separate the fight. Here they keep fighting until one is like, hands down, you are the winner, this has to stop now. So the other two males I saw from a distance, they'll just keep watching and they won't even be bothered. Well, I'll say good luck to whoever wins, and bad luck to the loser. We'll just leave these giraffes and keep on moving with my plans for chancing on a cheetah. We're
still with these lions. The cubs have just gone through the bush here in front of us. They've been playing out here in the open on the grassland, and it seems like the male is still here too, and he's busy. He's kind of circling on the outskirts of the group, but I think he seems like he's making his way in this direction. Let's just move us a little bit forward, and I think we'll be able to see both the male who's coming from behind us and the lionesses with the cubs. So we're just going to move into the gap here. Erica, you're asking how many males and how many females in this litter of cubs. Erica, I only recently was able to actually get all of them to sit still for long enough to have a good look, and it seems like it's 2 males and 3 females. Here they are. Gonna stop us right there. Look at that. All of them sitting on the edge of a little erosion gully. Might be able to hear the sound of another engine behind us. It is one of the other vehicles. It's also watching these lions. And it seems like the male has decided to not come and join up with the rest of the lionesses. I suppose he's managed to reap the rewards of spending the last 24 hours or so with them. Like I said, they killed that warthog that we watched them kill yesterday, but then killed a second warthog around lunchtime after that. So they did get some good food into their bodies yesterday, or a good amount of food, and he's now decided that it's time for him to carry on. That lioness there in the middle with the youngsters around her, just looking down into the little gully beneath them. Ooh, just having a look through my binoculars. Have a look at this lioness closest to us, everybody. Just wait for her to turn her head towards us. I just saw now, she's got some pretty bad looking cuts on her face. And even now, oh, look at her leg, her front leg. Look just behind her shoulder. You might just be able to see there's a bit of a black mark there. It looks like quite a bad scar, like a puncture wound. There we go, now that she's looking at us, look at the scars on her face. Closer to her right eye. It looks like she took some claws to the face. It doesn't look very recent. Bit of an older wound. But I wonder if she didn't get into a fight with another lion. Here we go, she's going to look towards us. Oh my word, look at those scars. The kind of scars we're accustomed to seeing on male lions, not on the faces of lionesses, my goodness. She looks like she's enjoying the sun. Look at that. Oh, apparently, yeah, a lot of people saying, ouch, that looks like quite a bad scratch. It does, and the reason why it got my attention is because from a distance, at least looking with the naked eye, it almost looks like the skin there is warped. There's like fissures that go through her coat into her skin there. It must have been quite a severe fight. Perhaps she met up with lionesses from one of the other prides in the area, or perhaps it was maybe fending off some of the sub-adults from her pride that are not here, but maybe they came a bit too close to the cubs and she felt the need to defend her youngsters, and maybe a bit of a brawl broke out. And she's quite a big lioness, so I imagine, well, definitely not afraid to get stuck in the defense of her cubs. Gabby, you're asking a very important question. You're asking, how do we know if we're not too close to the lions? And Gabby, that comes from watching the animal's body language. So look at this lioness here in front of us. Look at how she's not looking at us. She's looking away. Her eyes are closed. Her ears are kind of drooping to the side, and she's asleep. Gabby, if she were to show any sign of irritation towards us, it would mean that we're too close and that she's upset with our presence. So if she were to look at us and maybe lift her lips in a growl and show her teeth towards us, if she were to maybe flick her tail, like I said earlier, how that lioness was flicking her tail to show the other lions that she was irritated with them. Or even if she were to stand up and move away, it would mean that we've pushed the boundary and that we're too close. Always better to err on the side of caution and stop a little bit further away so we don't encroach on the lion's space. And then very important to watch their body language.
That is absolutely correct. It's so important to have some distance from the animals, and it's extra special when they decide to come to you. Now here on Simbambili, we've been very lucky to relocate Kara. She's feeling much like I am in this sighting. I said to Theo, it's just so peaceful, and you can hear cowbells in the distance, and then he said, well, you just be careful, because James felt this a similar way when he had her in this kind of portion of Simbambili. If I hear the cowbells again, I'll let you hear as well. They're quite some distance away, but they're beautifully harmonic. I wonder if she enjoys it too. This is the first time I've seen her as a grown leopard. She's not a year yet. Oh, somebody's nodding off. She will be a year in December, January, I think. I think the first time I saw her was in Feb of... What year are we in? Feb of... No, not of this year, but... Gosh, I can't even remember. Oh, end of last year, actually. So she's still got some growing to do. By a year and a half, she will be independent. And you can see that she has... or is starting to establish her territory, and she's not really hanging out with Shidulu, her mother, too much. In fact, quite recently you had Shidulu on Juma and her on Simbambili, so they're spending a lot of time apart. And her presence, being a young leopardess as she is, might actually be pushing Shidulu a little bit further east into Juma so that she can free up some territory for her gorgeous daughter. Oh, look at that. She definitely has inherited her mother's eyes. Stunning, stunning eyes. Yes, you're all saying she has a gorgeous face. She certainly does. She's a great mix of Shidulu and Hukumuri. She seems to have the strength that Hukumuri carries with him, and the elegance of Shidulu. Just hear the hippos in the background. We're not too far from the dam. She's moved from where her kills were. And I say kills because she had two. And she has polished them off, or at least lost one of them, I think. We did see a hyena running off, so perhaps she's lost some of it. But she does seem quite satisfied. Hopefully she's satiated as well.
Good morning from, as you can see, an absolutely spectacularly beautiful day out here at Tswalu Kalahari. Thanks to David, we're actually capturing all of this. Good job there, my man. And my name's Dylan, and it is fantastic as always having you with us on these live safaris. It is just such a gorgeous day. We've got some really high cloud around, not heavy cloud, really high cloud, tends to be fair weather stuff, although this is blowing straight off the west coast, coming in from the Atlantic, so it brings a little bit of cooler weather, but not too bad. It may impact on the time that the meerkats get up if we're getting some cloud cover there, but the sun is just creeping over the horizon, so I don't think there's too much to worry about. I have more bad news on this note of such a beautiful day. It is gorgeous, and it's great having you with us to be able to share it. Like really, really great. And wherever you are in the world, if you relaxing on a couch with a cup of coffee or wherever you are, it is just amazing having you with us. And anyway, so some bad news on that note. The Shelby family is yet another duckling down. So we are now down to 4. From 9 down to 4. So yeah, so it's just getting worse. But anyway, let's see. It's and you know, the other side of it is like everyone that goes down, it becomes easier and easier for those parents to protect and look after the other little ones. We don't know what happened to this.
Welcome back, guys, and look what we just found. He was just roaring like a minute ago. I think he had been across the other side of the river and he has come across. He's one of the Mogoro boys. This is a new takeover because these guys were not here last year when I was here. You can tell he's got a very scruffy mane, but fully grown, and he's got a full belly. He's walking towards, somewhere, I don't know exactly. He's gone out of my angle, so I'm gonna turn the vehicle and follow him. So if you join me, we're gonna follow him a little bit and see what he's doing. But definitely he's looking for the rest of the pride, which is somewhere. He was just roaring, and I think that's where he's headed, to find the other guys. Everybody is scrambling to get there, so hopefully I can get to share him with you in a nice position. Remember that the 3 males we saw yesterday morning are part of this pride, and he's been quite away because there are 4 of them, and I think he's trying to catch up with them. Yeah, he's way ahead on the road there. I'm gonna try and go past everybody so we can catch up with him, but not kick him out of the road. He's got all the rights to be on the road. Yeah. This is the fun of being out very early in the morning. Sometimes you catch them when they're still out. Yeah, so I'm gonna try and catch up with him. Maybe I'll catch you down the road, but I'm gonna try. There's a bit of traffic, and I'm gonna try and beat it a little bit. Yeah, here we go. Somebody has been nice to me.
Wild Earth relies on support from viewers like you to carry on broadcasting our daily live shows. A small donation goes a long way in helping us on our mission to connect the world with nature. Please visit our support page to see how you can help and become part of the Wild Earth family.
So I've been sitting here trying to figure out whether last year was 2018 or 2019, and as Theo says, we are blaming the current climate of the world and the fact that this year seems to have kind of just flown by with us not doing much. So it was not last year that I had seen Kara, but the year before. So she should be about 18 months. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous, gorgeous girl. So she should be... Ooh, are we on the move? So this is another reason why this distance is so important and also such a luxury, and that we should take it as a luxury, is that because we can watch where she's going to move to quite easily. There she goes. Now she is a little bit nervous. She's still getting used to vehicles, and this is a one vehicle sighting. So I'm going to try to keep up with as much distance as possible, but if I do lose her, please forgive me.
So we've got them all up in the tree now, or both up in the tree, all if we include the duiker. There's a hyena at the base of the tree. He set Thandi up the tree. The young cub spotted the hyena coming towards the area, but didn't say anything. He just watched and then lay down. And then the hyena came in, and Thandi, quick as a flash, belying her age, leapt up with what remains of their little breakfast. Just see if he moves now, and if he doesn't, I'll just shift forward. What a scene, hey? What a scene for a Saturday. I get the feeling he'd quite like to have a bit more duiker, despite his round belly. Right, let me shift slightly forward, BK, I think. Just because we can't see her. He's in about 8 minds as to whether to move or not to move. Oh, I think not to move just right now, because look at that. that is too priceless. Well, Peter, I don't know how much you wanted to be charitable today, but yes, there was a small donation of, I think, probably a tibia to the cause of the hyena's hunger. Let's just give this 30 seconds, and then I'll shift you forward a bit. Oh, the hyena's found another little small snack. I don't think he liked it very much. He spat it out. Maybe it was a bit of stick that had some blood on it. Now the little one's got its face up, watching the scene. I wonder if there isn't another hyena maybe coming. They look so safe and comfy up there, don't they? It's because, of course, they are safe. How comfy they are, I don't know. He is taking a bit of a risk. He's coming onto this slightly easier branch. Well done, young fellow. You're a very fine climber. unbelievably cute, he really is. So nowhere we are going while this little scene unfolds.
The lion cubs and their mothers have slowly started to move through this little erosion gully and into the thickets. It's like they've kind of just stopped on the edge of it for now, enjoying the morning sun. And I wouldn't be surprised if in a little while they move into those thickets to go and rest for the day. This is the area where these lionesses have been keeping these youngsters for the last couple of days. There's lots of little ravines and dense thickets in there, so super safe for the cubs to be there, keep them safe in there. And I think with full tummies, that might be what these lionesses are going to do. But for the time being, you can enjoy them lying in the sunlight for a bit. It's amazing how the energy levels of these cubs have just dropped from when we first saw them this morning, when it was a little bit cooler. They were full of energy, bounding around, pouncing on each other, pouncing on the lionesses. Every little stick and branch and bone and pile of dung that they found became a toy. And now it's like they've hit the wall. They've hit the end of the sugar rush. And it looks like that one lioness at the back there is starting to look off into the bush, and I wonder if she's not going to maybe get up and start to move in there, and the cubs might start to follow her. If they do, we'll move out, otherwise we'll stick here for a little bit longer.
That's good. She must keep. Okay. We've just got a little jackal. There he is in view. And why I wanted to tell you about this is that we know the Shelby ducklings have gone from 9. We are now sitting on 4. This little guy over here, and I'm not for a moment implicating him, I'm not saying he's the one that's been eating them, but he is certainly one of the ones that if he had half a chance, he would snaffle a duckling in a heartbeat. He would just do it because he's a jackal, and they are incredibly wily little animals, and they'll take any opportunity that they can to grab a food source. I'm actually puzzled about the ducklings because the fact that we've now seen 2 lying on the edge of the water, it points to something other than predation, and it could just be that this little jackal comes along and he finds, here's a dead duckling, and he picks it up and swallows it, gobbles it down. So it's not to say that he is predating on them, but the fact that he's around this dam, this little guy probably comes in here every single morning, routinely drinks at the same place. It's just really, really nice to kind of build on this. Leafy says he looks pretty filthy. Guilty. Go guilty. Yeah, he looks filthy and guilty. No. Well, I don't know. I think there's people that are worse. So my money's on the jackal there. But they are very sweet animals and incredibly intelligent, incredibly wily. We've mentioned it before. It's kind of the ecological equivalent of a coyote in the States, a dhole in India, dingoes in Australia. But he's having a good drink there. I'm curious to see which way he trots off. The Shelby family are sitting on the far side of the dam. They are super alert to this jackal. And the moment he actually started approaching the waterhole, they started squawking and giving their alarm call. Okay, he's actually moving towards them now, so it'll be interesting to see what they do. He's trotting towards them now. It's just stopped, but he'll keep going that way. Okay, he's moving towards them now. He'll go to that kudu carcass. And remember that kudu carcass, that was the one killed by spotted hyenas a couple of weeks ago. those shelbies are not happy now. But again, they alert to the jackal, but they're not, they're not panicked or anything. They've got a careful eye on their 4 remaining ducklings. He's trying to see if he's got anything left on this rib cage or that spinal column. No, he's actually gnawing it. Yeah. Good for you, little man. I think he's just trying to prove his innocence. He's like, look, I don't eat ducklings. I would never eat a duckling. In fact, I don't even like ducklings. That flavor, that soft, tender flavor with those delicate feathers with orange sauce. I would never eat a duckling, he says. Yeah, right. David says earlier today, and I strongly disagree with it, David says ducklings are his favorite meal. And I disagree with that. I'm just putting it out there, everyone. David, I can't believe you said something like it. Can't say it's not true. Yeah. Good man. Good compliment for your camera work there, but no, that's life out here. And for everything that dies out here, something else survives. So Indigo Girl says those horns look gigantic next to the jackal. And when that animal is living, you're looking at 250, 280 kilograms on, as opposed to this little guy, he's probably 9-10 kilograms. So, yeah, they are gigantic compared to. But it's just wonderful to see that even a carcass like that still provides pickings for things, for animals. It's not that, okay, well, there's a carcass and there's nothing left on it and everyone leaves it. And even when that thing has nothing, not a stitch of any kind of meat or dried bits and pieces on it, you'll still get things that'll feed on it, because you get all sorts of bacteria that'll start breaking down the actual skulls, and the bones and that, and you'll get brown hyenas that'll nibble on it, and so there's still a lot of good nutrients left in that. So long way to go. Oh, it's a beautiful morning out here. I wish you could all be here with me. Yeah, that would be good. This reflection of this bird in the water is also just absolutely stunning. Ooh, nah, that hurt. Yeah. Vic says what's going on now? But look at that reflection, and Vic says, sorry, we just lost everyone there for a moment. Vic was saying, well, the ducklings did start disappearing when David came on the scene. So, we're not saying anything again, we need the evidence, but circumstantially, it's there. Just the light levels have just dropped remarkably, and the sun has just gone behind a tiny patch of cloud, but the light level just dropped dramatically there. So we've got a lapwing, this blacksmith lapwing are having breakfast, jackals having breakfast, the shelbies are having breakfast, I'm not having breakfast. At least I remembered my coffee this morning. That's an achievement for me at this time of the day. Yes, he's really working that carcass, eh? What an image, quite macabre with that skull lying upside down. Oh, by the way, so we've got questions and answers for guests this morning. So my one this morning is somewhat different. So David, if you just pan out wide open a little bit, you don't have to pan anything, just wide. So my question is this to viewers this morning, and you can decide if you actually even bother wanting to answer this. My question is this: true or false? Do you think these mountains are 6,000 years old or 1.6 billion years old? I don't even need an answer, but I'm just throwing it out there. There we go. Yeah. Sometimes it's the small things in life.
It is all the things in life, those small things, big, beautiful things like the mountains, and even the tiny little hairs on a leopard that I promise you is in that tree. Look at that. She's been so nimble and moving with such agility on this tree, jumping from branch to branch. This is the same tree that she had her kill in, one off. There doesn't seem to be much left, but perhaps there's a little bit of skin and sinew and other little bits left. That is getting her attention, especially the attention of her nose. She is a stunner, I must say, an absolute stunner. There you see that nose going. Looking for some crumbs. It's so lovely to see her in this wide open tree, so you can see all of her movements, and she's moving about so much. Look at that. It's time for the dismount. Oh, I got caught in the nook there. Never ever ceases to impress. I hope she'll go down for a drink. That would just be the cherry on top. Indigo Girl, you give her 7 out of 10 for that dismount. I tend to agree with you. I have seen it done smoother, but we must remember that she is quite a young competitor. With the years of practice, it will only get better. Now, because it's an open area, 2 vehicles are allowed, but as you can see, the other vehicle moving gets her attention very, very easily. And now she's hopping away. I think that unless she comes back into the open area, we'll let her be. Because there is another vehicle following her. So we'll let her be, and we will continue to drive around. Hopefully we'll spot some other little things and big things.
Well, good luck, Trushala. You might see that leopard again, and what a good start as soon as, you came back to work. Well, we have what we call African bush cows here, and we've got a huge herd of buffaloes. Just look at the expanse of the numbers and the beautiful background of the tree line behind them, which is the Mara River. We did a very quick estimate here with Bungay, who is on the camera, and we thought we have about 400 to 500 buffaloes. You can see those ones facing each other there, but this is a male and a female, which is rather unusual. This male close to us. Reminds me of the giraffes we were seeing earlier, which were necking. These ones don't neck, but the fight for male buffaloes are equally bad, and they fight sometimes, they bleed to death. And again, it's always about dominance when these fights happen here in the African bush. Now, we all know the migration is on, and many times from a distance we'll always confuse or mix buffaloes for wildebeest until we get pretty close. And we have noticed the buffaloes will easily mix with huge herds of also the wildebeest, but elephants in general do not do that. There's always that feeling that elephants do not like the noises the wildebeest will always make. And as much as possible you'll always see elephants going one way and the wildebeest being on the other side. But the buffaloes here and the wildebeest, once in a while you'll see them in the same area, of course, being brought together by food. Isn't that beautiful? I agree that the scenery here is magnificent. Anything you look in the Mara, especially now, well, we don't have as many vehicles, of tourists coming in, but the numbers are growing every day. But it's so clean and so serene, just to see nothing but wilderness. And Bungay, I could say you're doing a very, very good job there, giving us the very best on the camera. And I'm sure the viewers are enjoying every moment of this. I've not been very lucky with my main plans from the morning of a cheetah, but I'm still enjoying everything I'm seeing here. So we'll move on, leave these buffaloes alone, and see whether I'll get my dream for the cheetah.
We have been extremely lucky this morning. We've watched this youngster climb down the tree. He went on a little bit of a foraging mission of some sort, and then he came back and he's making this begging sound, which initially sounded a little bit like a barn owl with laryngitis. And he climbed back up the tree, and all the while his mother was going at him. So she's not wanting to share what little they have left, and that's not unusual. It's totally normal. They don't feed together. It's commonly sort of thought that they would share a meal, but in actual fact they'll eat separately. So she won't tolerate him climbing up next to her and sharing the meal. And so now he's going to have a little bath. Yeah, no, this view is screenshot worthy. This view it's absolutely magnificent. This is more than I could have hoped for. Now he's going to try again. Or is he? He's thinking about it. Very restless. She is not in the slightest but restless. Restless. There's that sound. He's a very good camera poser. hear him. I'm sure you can hear him still above the wind, making those growling sounds. No, Pablo, he's well beyond suckling now, especially with a mother as tolerant as he's got. There's no way he should be tolerating suckling at this stage. She's growling.
Slowly making it.
Ooh, he's going to try and approach. I think he's being very brave. Oh, she's coming down now. This is interesting. She's maybe going to give it to him. Sorry, excuse me moving, everyone. We're parked at a fairly jaunty angle here. It's a very macabre looking scene. The duiker is not enjoying the sighting. Oh, beautiful. Straight over the top of his head. That was gorgeously, elegantly executed. That was really impressive. Straight over the top of his little head. You can almost see how irritated he feels by that. Oof, now listen to this. Mum's going to get cross. Fortunately, there's another car with us now. We selfishly and jealously guarded our sighting the whole morning. Yes. Joy, you're absolutely right. The barn owl is not happy at all. It's got laryngitis, severe laryngitis. Tundi not wanting to share this morning. So all that's left really is the head, almost intact. Well, it was until right now. And some fur that must have been part of the back and chest region. Somehow less macabre when it isn't the lolling, or the head with the lolling tongue being carried around. If it was just a piece of leg or something, it didn't look anything like as disturbing as that did. Which is not logical, of course. Meat is meat is meat, right? It all had to die to become food. He's just popped out the bottom there. You see him, BK? No, BK. I nearly called BK Bungay because I've been thinking of the Mara. No, absolutely not, Catherine. It will not survive on its own. It will definitely kill small things on its own right now. So if it came across a little bird or a rodent or something that it could catch, it would definitely do that. Maybe even a termite or two. But its nice fat round belly is a result of eating this duiker. So when she's had her fill, she'll climb down the tree or go and rest somewhere else in the tree, and he will then take his turn. And that's how it works. Don't know why it is that they don't feed together. I think up in the tree it would probably be a bit dangerous. But I remember it was really nicely illustrated with Sibui and her two cubs, where all three of them took turns to eat an impala. The only time I've met them, they had an impala in a tree and they took turns to feed. And there was a lot of impala left, and never did they feed together. I'm sure it has occurred that they're fed together, but it's not normal. I'm not really sure why. We will continue to watch the end of this once, well, cheerful duiker.
And I am watching Kara chew on what can only be skin and fur. Oh no. Now what? So we're actually leaving on our way out. Oh, because of the angle, it looks like she's about to jump into that vehicle, but it's quite far away from each other. But look at her behavior, look at her tail. Because the actual kill has fallen close to the vehicle, she's very, very nervous about getting it. Yes. At least the carcass didn't fall into the vehicle. That is true. So we were on our way out leaving, and then we saw that she had actually gone static into this tree, so we thought we'd show it to you. Where are you gonna pop out? Okay, she's starting to pop out behind that green bush. Car has decided it doesn't want some of her carcass. And there's some lovely blue sky for you as well. Come on, girl. Okay, let's pull up my binoculars just very quickly. Make sure that what I see is a leopard, because they are very well camouflaged. Alright, Theo, let me direct you. If we go back to the marula she was in, okay, so there's this green bush there. She's just, and then, oh, there she's gone back, she's moved. Poor thing was hiding. And I think that's it for Kara for this morning. Well, you know, who knows, because she might actually pop out as we're trying to leave again. Yep. I think we have... Ooh, wind is really, really picking up. Well, that was exciting, and I'm glad that we got to see a last glimpse of Kara. Anyway, right? I'm pretty excited about that. Let's head down to the dam and see what's going on there. What do you say? I hope you say yes. I'm going to keep a keen eye on my left as I move. I think she has bounded into the bush. Alright, let's go check out the dam, and if not, nothing there to see, we'll just keep on moving.
So we had a bit of a heart-stopping moment, everybody. All the lions got up and marched away into that horrible thicket that we saw earlier, and we thought that they were lost forever, but we drove around the block, and when we came back, they were all lying out here back on the edge of the erosion gully in the sunlight. Myself and Craig were just making the joke, it's as if they wanted to get rid of us. But we're very glad that they did come back out, that we can spend a bit more time with these adorable little cubs. You see how they just lifted their heads? Two dark-capped bulbuls that just flew overhead. Just so precious how inquisitive they are when it comes to just about everything in their world. And imagine for them, there's so much to see and do and experience. Rosemary, you're saying that you just love their ears. Rosemary, they're absolutely adorable, and they're almost like, still at this age, a little bit too big for their bodies. It almost looks just those outsized features of young mammals that help to make them so cute. But I was just saying, just imagine for these little cubs how much of the world that they've been born into, and how much exploring and learning there is to do. You've got to learn what animals you can eat and what you can't eat, and what animals to run away from and what animals to stand your ground against. Oh, look at how full those tummies are. An illustration of the hunting success that their mothers had yesterday. Taking out two good-sized adult male warthogs. And although a warthog doesn't appear to be that big of an animal, a big boar like the one that they killed yesterday morning, that's a hefty animal. That's potentially an 80 kilogram, 90 kilogram animal, so a good amount of meat. And the fact that the lionesses were able to catch two, that's a good amount of food that they got. Enough to fill their bellies, their cubs' bellies, and of course the thieving male that came racing in yesterday morning. Oh, but they're off on their way again, marching down into the gully there. I think they're heading back towards where one of their mothers is lying in the sun. There she is. Virtually in the exact same spot as where she stood up from earlier. While we watch these lions disappear, I'm going to send you across on a link to learn, to go and learn a bit more about lion dynamics.
Most cats are solitary creatures, with lions being the only exception. A pride consists of 4 or 5 lionesses and their cubs. The whole pride will protect and mentor these youngsters, often carrying them off and saving them from their own curiosity. Bonding between the adults and the cubs often shows these cats' cute and cuddly side. Contrary to what popular culture would have you believe, male lions are not part of the pride and live in coalitions. Young males leave their prides in their adolescence, brothers and cousins roaming the wild in search of a territory of their own. In time, the males settle and look to fortify their feline lineage. Although lazy when it comes to finding their own food, males have an endearing bond with their cubs. But conflict is never far off, as stronger youngsters are always on the horizon, lying in wait to take over territory and claim a pride for themselves. It is an awful sight, but pushes the females of the pride into estrus, allowing the incoming males to state their claim and further their own bloodline. The dynamics displayed by these social cats are intriguing and ever-changing, a contradiction of cuteness and feline ferocity.
Lions are so complex and such an iconic animal that it really is a pleasure to experience them out here. And of course they all need to drink, so maybe as we sit here at the dam we could be lucky to perhaps have the Nkuhuma Pride come down to drink. But there have been no clues. There have been clues of Egyptian geese. In fact, that's more than a clue, that's it solved. And there's a hippo at this dam. Been making a lot of noise when we were with Kara, which was not too far back. So we thought we'd just sit around at the dam and see if there's anything happening down at the local watering hole. So far we just have this large bull or beachmaster, the dominant hippo, in this water. I was having a look at some birds on the water's edge, because you know sometimes when you sit still, in fact of course you know this because you've been with us and you know that when we sit still at a watering hole, the amount of birds that you stumble upon is just great. So it's Egyptian geese, and there is a lapwing, the usual suspects at the waterhole. I think we're going to sit tight just a few more minutes and see if any special critters come down too.
Well, what has happened here, ladies and gentlemen, we just saw some lions from a distance, and I'm thinking it could be the Olololo Pride, but there was one huge male which was trying to pretend to be a good hunter, and we all know when it comes to the lion's kingdom, it is the females do all the hunting. So he gave a chase, he was not very successful, and we want to find out where they have gone, and I think the other females could be having a kill. So we're trying to get away here and get to them, and I think they could be having some breakfast where they are. This area belongs to the very famous Olololo Pride. I'm sure you all know the Olololo Pride, and one of the males that is with them today could be the one I saw yesterday that we call Halftail. So we're going to go there in the next maybe 2 minutes, and I think they're having some breakfast. Alright, they're way in the grass, and definitely chances are they are eating a wildebeest. So Bunge, you let me know what angle you want. You go around the vehicles or? Okay, so we've got 3 vehicles on site, will be the 4th one. So we try and go around just to make sure we don't obstruct anybody, and Bunge will have some good clearance. Bunge is the gentleman of the camera today, and that should be done in the next couple of seconds once we're there. Yes, it's definitely a wildebeest they have. Tell me where you are happy, Bunge. Let me get this way. Are you happy there? I don't know how fresh this kill. This could be a very fresh kill. Maybe it's just, oh yeah, I mean, just bringing it down now, because I think what he's doing is suffocation, and this looks to me like a young male. Yes, this is a very live kill. You're right, Casting the final control there. This wildebeest is still alive, and hunt has just been done. How lovely to see this. Well, sad for the wildebeest, happy for the lion. I mean, they have to feed. It's the migration currently in the Masai Mara. Yeah, and I think he's still doing the suffocation, or what we call strangulation and suffocation. and still alive apparently. And this is a big wow for all of us, and even for me. I mean, this is my second day out here in the bush. Yesterday was day 1, this is day 2, and how lucky to arrive and see a kill. And there we are. It could be difficult for some of you, but please, you just understand this is how things happen here out in the bush. Lions, have to live, and they are carnivores, so they have to live on hunting. And we luckily got loads of wildebeest. Not that we would want any wildebeest dead, but these lions have to survive. Now what I'm thinking, this to me looks like a young male, and it belongs to the member, or it belongs to the coalition of the Olololos. And what is interesting, the females were here before, and one huge male that I'm thinking the big male was half-tail, and either he allowed this young guy to do the job because he is a lot swifter, much younger and much faster. The big males, we all know, are heavier, a bit slow, they can't keep the pace, and I cannot see the girls, I cannot see any one of the females. But apparently this area where we are, is always overlapped by the Owino Pride, so we are right on the boundary between the Owinos and the Olololos. So we'll be finding out whether this is the young male that has always tagged along the Owinos or not, maybe once he stands up. It's taken rather long to subdue or kill this wildebeest. I would think, for me, the wildebeest dead, but he wants to be sure. If it is pricey the first time he's doing it, it's rather sad. I mean, it has taken rather long for him to kill it, because they should be swift. I'm sure all of you have seen how wildebeest do hunt and how they subdue and kill their prey. It's always very swift and kill, and to me, less pain. But this youngster is taking rather long to end the life of this poor wildebeest. I mean, it's rather sad. I mean, as you all say, come on, you need to finish the job. You don't want to put that wildebeest in pain of death. I think he is happy now. You can see the panting, because he had a lot of work to do, and maybe not breathing as much as he was holding, making sure he doesn't lose his breakfast. Not sure where the females have gone, and not sure where the big dominant male in this area have gone. There he stands up. I'm trying to think, he could be one of the males that is always with the Owino Pride. But I'll be confirming that, because as I said, we are right in the boundary between the Owinos and the Olololos. Bunge, you still happy with that position? Or do you want to change the position a little bit? Are you happy there? Yeah, finally the job is done. So let me just try and reposition and give Bunge a different angle, because most of the vehicles that were here are gone. So we're going to give a different angle, because what he might do is to try and drag the wildebeest to some shaded area and make sure it doesn't go bad. So that's exactly what he might want to do. Are you happy there, Bunge? Laura, how are you? And you'd like to know where the lions will take the shelter when it rains. I mean, it's very simple. Many lions, if you look, for example, that one, Laura, there, he doesn't have so much fur, and rain does not, or the raindrops do not hold on their fur. But if the rains are pretty heavy, of course, we got lots of trees in the Mara, we got caves, and they'll always try and shelter themselves. But we have seen, Laura, heavy rains just pouring and pouring, and the lions just remain where they are. They just stand up, shake off the water, and they're good to go. Look at the strength of that young male lion, and I'm imagining that's about 200 kilograms or 400 pounds of weight of a wildebeest, and he has to drag it way down. There's a tree and some bushes on that little valley there, or what we would call a laga, and the whole idea is to keep it as fresh as possible. Once he starts to tear it open, he'll need to protect himself from other predators like hyenas so that he doesn't expose the smell, and you'll have hyenas coming around this area. Look at the strength. We have always thought leopards are very strong necks, but I say lions the same, but the difference would be the leopards are good when they take up their kills, but lions will just drag their kills and put it like where he just did. So what we're going to do, possibly, let's see if they can try and get a little angle and go down on that lagger, and hopefully we might be able to see it. Who knows?
I'm going to throw a serious cat amongst the pigeons here. I think I took a picture of its backside and I just did not see any sign of any little golden orbs like easily. There's a lot of hair there, and it might just be that I missed it, but I really didn't see anything there, and it would also explain the cub's build. I don't know if anybody else would like to go back and see if they can find some screenshots, but I got a pretty close-up view. He came down the tree, and evidence, I mean, one must go with the evidence presented, correct? I couldn't see any sign that this was a male. Well, Kirsten's saying maybe he's just got really small golden orbs. That is possible, and also it's very hairy there. But, I mean, normally you can see them. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm happy to be wrong, more than happy to be wrong. I'm just scrolling through the photos I've taken today and seeing if I can find another really obvious one. Auberjan says that he can see the cat, but he can't see the pigeons. Ha 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 ha. They're metaphorical pigeons, Auberjan. Yeah, I'm looking at another picture here. Anybody got any comments on this? You can normally tell from pretty early on. Said it was a girl from the beginning. Is that because you saw evidence of it, or because you wanted it to be a girl? There was definitely one male. I know that for sure. So when they started off, there was one male, but maybe it's the little male that didn't survive. Nice to hear from you, Tony. It's been way too long since you and I had a chat, and you say that an obelisk male leopard is a bit of an evolutionary dead end. Well, you're absolutely correct, of course. There's the little cat is coming down. Let's see if we can look under its tail and make sure. Decide if it's a female, and it's not supposed to have any orbs, or if it's a male with very pale orbs. Who knows? Yes, we're live. So he's there. Ooh. Oh, you're in as tight as you can be there, BK. We need a flick of the tail. don't lie there, you irksome creature. He's been so good to us. We'll call him he for now. Been so good to us today. I think I'm going to break a rule. So naughty of me. Yeah. You can start to take it. You say for the last few drives you've been saying you can't see any orbs. I'm going to break a rule and I'm going to show you a photograph. No, I'm not. I'll find it and post it somewhere for you.
So I've been scrounging around for these goshawks, but with no luck on that front this morning. But we'll keep chipping away at it. We're in the breeding season. What is really interesting about these goshawks as well is that they're polyandrous, and not all of them, but it's been recorded a number of times. What that means is you can actually get a dominant female, and you can have one or two or three males actually in attendance with her. And each of those males will mate with her, but the dominant male obviously mate with her the most, and then the subordinate males in turn. And the idea there is that if something ever happens to that dominant male, the others are next in line. It's quite a clever strategy, quite dodgy as well, but yeah, that's just out of interest on goshawks, so we are still looking for that nest, because they are, I reckon, excuse me, the missing meerkat pups. I would, number one, put the goshawks as the guilty culprits on those. But while we're out here as well, I was just looking at these. There was a common fiscal, which is a little shrike, a little black and white shrike, that was sitting out on this thorn bush over here. And remember, we had all those armored ground crickets? We'd actually looked at a number of them that had been impaled on these thorns by these shrikes. So those armored ground crickets are long gone. So I want to know now, what are they actually starting to feed on? And if it's very, very small things, it's probably unlikely that they'll be stashing it in trees. But if it's slightly larger things, they will be. And I want to know, what is that? That's just my way of looking at things. It's just out of interest. Yeah. And if there's any answers on the geology of the area, on the potential ages of this landscape, it'll be interesting to hear what everyone's got to say. The majority of the viewers will say, yeah, it's going into the billions. Well done. Yes. I can't believe that you think it's so old, this landscape. It's got to be younger. No, okay. All right, thank you for that. That was a kind of, / philosophical question as well. But yeah, no, this landscape is very old. Make no mistake. It is about it's one of the most ancient landscapes, certainly in South Africa, actually. So good job on that. Gives you some homework, some reading, and you can actually look it up if you really want. If you're interested in geology, it's called the Olifantshoek Supergroup. Olifantshoek Supergroup. So here's a nice close look at some of these thorns. And these are the kind of thorns that these shrikes would use. This tree behind us here, a camel thorn, and they would actually impale prey items on these. And what I'm quite interested in on a branch like this, or any of these smaller trees, is these thorns are often large and very, very dense. You can see that, and that's actually an anti-predation technique. And you find the larger the trees get, the less energy they invest in actually producing these thorns, or they're actually spines. But and that's just because these are energy costly to manufacture. And so obviously, if your big concern is as a small plant is things eating you, invest your time and energy in stocking up on thorns. And as you get bigger and bigger and bigger, rather put your energy into photosynthesis and more leaves and less thorns. That's
well, there are thorns at Tswalu and there are horns here at Phinda. Oh, did I just say Phinda? I don't know why I said that. We were talking about Phinda earlier. We're at Pride Lands. We're with a buffalo herd that is slowly mobile away from Leopard Dam. Lots of young ones, females and adult males. Plenty of them. Must be over 40 buffaloes here. The same herd that we've seen quite a few times moving about this area. And they are on the move, heading towards some fairly open areas, but also some drainage lines. The few bulls that we saw earlier were part of that group of 8 that we also see quite frequently around our camp. And they're not part of this herd. But they do hang around with them when the herd is in the area in order to get potential mating opportunities. But most of the time they stay apart from the herd. They're getting a bit older now, and all the young bulls causing them concern when they don't need it. Fighting is a young man's game, or a young buffalo's game. Speaking of young buffalo bulls, there's one over there who's in his prime. Big, strong horns, thick neck, but also not yet looking scarred up and damaged like some of these much older bulls do get. Here's another young, strong bull in his prime. Very knobbly horns. Do you see that? It's very close to us, actually. I just looked behind the vehicle and is right close to us, which is good. Last time we saw this herd, they were I'm glad that you're all enjoying my voice for radio. Well, I've got a voice for radio, not the face for radio. I'm going to stop that sentence. Didn't come out anywhere the way I wanted it to. But this buffalo's covered in mud, very close. If I reached out, I could probably touch the side of this buffalo. It's a huge buffalo. I can't. Sometimes when they're so close to us, I really have to remind myself just how massive and big they are. You can see this right behind us, just over there. So they're very close to us, and I haven't got a door. So sometimes I just want to be a bit careful that I don't move too much. Not only to frighten them, but also because at this distance, if they did get a disturbance, we know what buffalo are like. They make up their mind very quickly. They're either going to run away from us or run towards us. And as I've mentioned before, you don't want either of those things. We don't want to disturb any of the animals, but I certainly would prefer them not to be running towards us. We've recently modified our vehicle. It's much smaller and lower than it was before. And so if a buffalo decided it didn't like us, we'll be in big trouble. And they are powerful animals. I mean, incredibly powerful animals. 800 kilograms of muscle. And, an animal like that can run through any of these small bushes that you see here. And we see them often practicing thrashing their horns through these bushes and shrubs to show off their strength. Also, to a certain extent, scratching themselves. But, at the end of the horn thrashing event, the bush that was a shrub, look, was one doing it right now, just behind us. Karen, yes, I've seen buffaloes get their horns locked before. Well, not really their horns. Their horns were locked a little bit, and they pushed and shoved against each other, but they don't have a spiral on them, so it's not easy for their horns to get locked completely and not be able to get unstuck, like kudu, for example. But I have definitely seen buffaloes get their horns stuck under the skin of rivals when they're fighting, and that looks painful. And I was just telling Seb before, why I think buffaloes are so amazing is that they can recover from really bad wounds and injuries very well, because that horn was deep in the flesh and the muscle of the buffalo, and it managed to walk it off after that, which was really amazing. This buffalo's busy thrashing around in the bushes, as you can see, probably having a good scratch, but also sometimes just to show off the strength, as I was mentioning before. And look at that. That small shrub is not going to be a small shrub anymore. It's going to be more like a little bit of herbaceous growth. Oh, another buffalo moving around. So there's another vehicle coming into the area. The buffaloes are always a little bit nervous when they first see a vehicle. They settle down fairly quickly. It's nice to spend time with these big bulls. These are trailing after the herd. They're not going to be hanging too far behind before they move off. Oh, yes, yes, we are talking about you. Sometimes I wonder how they don't hurt themselves. These bushes have got incredible thorns all over them. Oh, see that? See how he's hooked his horns under that shrub? That's exactly what they have to do when they fight. They have to, it's just like wrestling. Human wrestling, they have to hook their limbs and arms underneath the limbs and arms and legs of their opponent and flip them over. It's exactly what buffaloes do. With those powerful neck muscles, they have to flip the other one over and push them until they lose their footing. And then there will be a victor. And I must say, I don't think many buffaloes are going to come up against this guy. He is absolutely massive. Right, so we're going to continue following these buffaloes for a little while and just see what they get up to.
And we've had a little bit of a problem this morning. And it's been pretty quiet up until now, and then eventually we picked up on wild dog tracks. Followed it more or less to this watering hole, and then we were lucky enough to stumble across this lion pride. And they are very, very full. Popped out of nowhere and completely surprised us. The only lion tracks remotely close to this area was quite far in the northern part of the reserve, and as you can see, these two young ones are back with the pride as well. Now the question that I'm asking at this point is, did they go all the way with them? From what I heard, there was no small tracks seen with the rest of the pride, or were they kept somewhere nearby? Now, I suspect they were kept somewhere nearby. You can see how full the mother's belly is. Just look at that. And these little ones also had something to eat, but now they're more than happy to have some milk. You can see how dirty the white ones is. The younger one that's moved off towards the right just came from where the water is. The rest of them are enjoying some sunlight, basking a bit. I am extremely happy to see them. You always can't help but wonder when they disappear off the reserve for a couple of days, where they go, what they do. You can see that young white male is full of blood still, a little bit of mud. His belly is full. He's falling asleep in the sun. What a nice way to rest after a hard-earned meal. Slowly but surely dipping. He's still a little bit interested. There were some wildebeest off in the distance as we arrived. I think he was checking that out. See, he's squinting his eyes a bit. It's because the sun's shining straight on him. I think myself and Gerrit will sit here with them for a while longer, see what they do, and see where the rest of them might come and join them from.
Okay, so I've found some inconclusive evidence as we watch this cat devouring the very last of the duiker. I think that what's happened is that the hair has grown around the orbs, and I'll show you a photograph once I've zoomed in and found it, of what I think to be evidence of some golden orbs. Right. BK, do you want to try and get this? How's that? We'll just try and brighten it up, everyone. Right, so I'll just zoom out for you. There you go. we zoom in, I think you can see them there. I think that's them over there. So I looked at a few other photos and there was just nothing. But I think those are two little golden orbs. So let's call him a male for now. Unless anybody would like to disagree, I'm more than happy for you to do so. So I think they're probably a little easier to see before he gets so fluffy. And now that he's so fluffy, a little harder. Very kind of macabre scene now. Yeah, many of you saying they're just really small. They're small and they're hidden in amongst the fur. That has obviously got him through the winter. Little scrap fell to the floor. The hyena gave up a little while back and went away. Yum. Well, if you're glad that he's a he, I mean, I love a young male leopard especially. I mean, a young male leopard is just normally the most entertaining creature because they are so curious. Although females are also pretty curious. But you tend to have a better time on foot with the males for longer than you do with the females. Shongile being a noticeable exception. But they then go off and break your heart like Hosanna did by leaving. And so, you know, and the females stay around. So we've got Tlalamba probably until, well, hopefully until the end of her days. But Hosanna, our beloved Hosanna, went off and set up home somewhere else. Tumba, same thing. He was Tundi's last male cub. And they've moved on and we don't see them anymore. Oof, that duiker really is being used to the absolute maximum. There's not a piece of it going to waste. Hyena's going to regret leaving because she does keep dropping scraps every so often.
Well, bon appetit to the eating leopard, James, and hopefully you'll have enough breakfast. Now, the tree you see there, we got a bird there, and that bird we call it an oxpecker, and precisely this is the yellow-billed oxpecker. What she was doing earlier with another one, which just was a pair, a male and a female, they were building a nest. So they keep going and coming back, and you see where she is looking up there. That tree is hollow. What they do, they'll pick some fur from buffaloes, and if you're lucky to see a nest of an oxpecker, it's lined very well with hair. Just keep jumping up and down. So we have remained in the same place we were before, because after the lion made the kill, he dragged it all the way down and I think stashed it there to keep it fresh. And if you look carefully, you'll see the poor wildebeest right there. So we're going to find out where that male lion might have gone, turn around and see what could be happening.
I promise you, there are birds around here. Although all you might be able to hear is the wind. But we had an oriole and some other beauties. hoping we can just sit tight and this murky little pan, which birds just seem to love. Theo, there's a yellow-billed hornbill just here. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see. Yeah, it's got something in its mouth. Oh, at least it did. Didn't want to be caught on film eating. No, those are horrid pictures, aren't they? So I can hear some wax balls going cheep, 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 cheep. Very accurate sounding by myself. And there also seemed to be a Jamieson's, a firefinch that was around. So that's why I want to stick here to this pan. It always pays off to just sit for a little bit. Megan, you say you love the hornbills? They are thoroughly entertaining. They really, really are. In fact, they're so common that we see them so much and we often tend to overlook them. But in fact, they are very, 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 very entertaining. Okay, now finally we have a bird somewhere there. Theo has even spotted it. No. There's some blue wax balls sitting in there. There we go. With the wind, they're very, very difficult to actually spot because the leaves are constantly moving and changing the light and the shade within the tree, as well as the leaves actually blocking each other. And it can make spotting them quite difficult because what you look for in a tree is a figure that does not have this shade light thing going on, which is exactly why many animals that are out in the bush have this coloration which indicates or kind of shows off that there's shady bits and lighter bits. It kind of mimics as if they weren't there and it was just a bush. So it can be much more difficult when it's windy and it's constantly changing to actually spot animals. But if we're quiet for a little bit, you'll be able to hear the oriole. There's a very soft pew, pew in the background, but I suppose it is covered by the wind. Well, we are making our way off Simbambili now, but very slowly, looking for the smaller things.
I just want to show you something very, very briefly about the challenges that plants face. This tree that we've spoken about before a couple of times, called a shepherd's tree, Boscia albi, trunca meaning white stem, and you can see it's got a very, very pale bark. It doesn't look like much, doesn't look like a particularly big tree, especially not the specimen. They get a lot larger than this. We've actually climbed up some that are I think we said 16, 17 meters tall. But when you look at this, they are highly palatable. You can see there's been like a lot of feeding around the edges. You can see how the branches are cropped. But I just want to point out, for a tree even just to get to this size, look what it's got to go through. This little guy over here, it's a multi-stemmed one, same as that one over there. But we've had a buffalo bull that's been scratching itself on this tree. And it's really just taken, who knows how many years of growth off this tree. This is probably 10 minutes of scratching, 5 minutes of scratching on there. The branches are quite brittle. I mean, it's not that they're super strong and flexible and that. They do break fairly easily. But it just shows, you know, in terms of an evolutionary process out here, what plants have got to go through, the challenges that they've got to face before they can actually get to a size where they're getting out of reach or more or less out of reach of harm's way. And even then, when they get to those large sizes, a shepherd's tree like this one over here, and like I said, that's not a particularly big one, that still faces predation from a whole range of herbivores, including butterflies. In the next couple of weeks, and I'm very, very excited about this, we're going to get more and more butterflies coming out here. Today is a very warm day. I'll be taking tops off just now, not on camera. But you're going to see the butterfly numbers starting to pick up on a whole range of different species. So when we think of herbivory on a plant, don't just think in terms of large mammals, like a giraffe or a kudu or an eland or whatever. But there's a huge amount of insects that feed on plants as well. So plants have got challenges constantly in terms of actually reproducing, putting flowers out, producing seed, getting those seeds dispersed, and getting to a point where they can actually germinate and grow into a plant that can carry on growing. Tony Tuto has asked, has actually made a very, very interesting observation. He says, Tswalu in many respects looks similar to Australia, and certain areas of Australia, central Australia. You're quite correct. I've had a number of guests over the years from Australia, and they've actually said exactly the same thing. I actually had someone that contacted me the other day out of the blue saying, well, wouldn't cockatoos, which are native to Australia, survive in this environment? They probably would. So it's not something we would ever consider, I'm just saying. But yeah, there are a lot of similarities, and not, in fact, right through any continent, any country on any continent, you'll actually find similarities with others. And if you look at even the geology, coming back to this being old, you're getting very, very similar rock structures on the west coast of southern Africa, or in fact right up the west coast of Africa, actually linking in to rock structures, geological formations on the east coast of South America, through Costa Rica and up to, further north. So it's and you actually look at climates, how they change in that, and there's so many similarities in environments. And anyway, yes, you can talk for hours on this kind of and you get convergent evolution, divergent evolution. Did I say evolution, Davey? I did, okay, all right. But we're going to carry on looking for a goshawk's nest, and hopefully we'll get it. I don't know, but it's worth a try, And these game drives evolve, you really got to just adapt, and the butterflies are going to be awesome, I promise you. And I'm very pleased to say something here, that Davy actually enjoys his butterflies, and I'm not even joking there. So we're going to get a butterfly list going when they start coming out, and so we'll be doing some more birds as well, butterflies, that kind of stuff. And it's really fun. I mean, butterflies are absolutely awesome, and there are places that are really blessed with incredible butterflies, Central South America, Costa Rica, those areas have got insane butterfly diversity, and anyone that goes that way, I would recommend try have a look at some butterflies, because they are just incredible insects.
We've left that pride of lions, everybody. They were very fast asleep, lying in the edge of that little erosion gully at the edge of that thicket. And myself and Craig have started to drive around through these open clearings again, and something caught my eye, this bright pink bloom coming out of the ground, and it in the last couple of weeks. And what it is a ground lily, everybody, of some kind. I think it's a kind of lily that is known as Amorcharis coranica, which is also called a Karoo lily, or a saw eye lily. And have a look at these beautiful pink flowers with these long kind of reproductive parts that are coming through here of the plant. There's lots of little ants crawling around inside here, and it looks so inviting. I'm going to give it a smell to see what it smells like. My word. It's a wonderful, perfumey, fragrant smell attract pollinating insects that'll help to pollinate the flower. But like I said, it hasn't been here for the last few weeks. We haven't seen it here, and the reason for that is that these are seasonal lilies or seasonal plants, and so every year as we come into spring, and if it is this lily that I think it is, then normally this is the time of year that they start to flower in August, and the lengthening of the days, the warming of the temperatures will stimulate the bulb that's been lying underground under the soil. It's almost like an onion. It will stimulate the flower to start to grow and start to push through the soil and then grow. And there's a couple all around me. There's a couple of these little pink plumes coming up out of the ground. It's a really, really beautiful scene. Apparently quite a poisonous plant for humans to eat. Although different kinds of insects and other invertebrates will feed on it, like these ants here. I'm just watching these ants to see what they do. They seem to be investigating the flowers and even chewing on the petals. Very interesting. Of course, here also in everyone's saying apparently that our phone sounds like an ice cream truck. Yes, it does. That's exactly what I think of too. Apologies for that, everyone. It was very loud in my earpiece when it started to ring. But yeah, so like I was saying, this part of South Africa where we are, in Maputo land in northern KwaZulu-Natal, before I go there, I think it would be important for me to explain to everybody that the phone call is not my personal phone. It's the phone that links us to FC, how they communicate with us. And unfortunately, as we started, the call dropped, and so we had to quickly get ourselves connected again. So apologies for that. But as I was saying, so yeah, this part of South Africa, northern KwaZulu-Natal, Maputo land, the language and the culture that is most dominant here is the Zulu culture. And I believe that apparently these plants are very important in terms of dealing with witchcraft, which is of course a very, very prominent feature in many traditional, and apparently these flowers are used quite a bit for that. But very pretty, very interesting, and I'm sure over the next few weeks we'll start seeing more and more of these ground lilies coming up through the ground. There's a very pretty lily that I'm really excited to show you guys when it starts to grow, called a candy striped crinum, and it's a big lily, quite a bit bigger than this one, with bigger flowers, and as the name suggests, looks just like a candy cane. But the flowers on for you this morning.
Welcome back to the Mara, and we are at the footsteps of the Olololo Syria escarpment. In case you don't know about it, this is the westernmost boundary of the Mara Game Reserve. You can see it in some areas. It stretches about 300-400 meters, and as it hits the ground, that is the Mara, and the plain starts there. Most of the trees here are desert dates. They produce dates that are not edible to us, but jackals and elephants enjoy them. This time of day it's getting warm, and you can see the wildebeest are taking advantage of the shade. So usually they will stand like that. I tend to think they're having a discussion, because later on, when you see small groupings being formed like that, one will break out and start heading in one direction, and everybody follows. See how many we have here, stretched out for miles. Is just wildebeest. Most of them, milling around, no proper direction. They have arrived here a few days ago, taking advantage of the tall grass. Mind you, they will have to drink, but water isn't in plenty here. There's lots of streams. Remember, this is the white-bearded gnu. Cheetah, thank you for your question. Yes, other animals do migrate with the wildebeest. There is about 500,000 zebra, 20,000 about toppies, about 200,000 Thompson's gazelle, not to forget the eland, nomadic lions, leopards and cheetahs, and also the scavengers, the sanitary crew, the vultures come all along. So very many animals migrate, but the main dominant one usually is the wildebeest. Here we have one of our largest vultures in East Africa is the Ruppel's Griffon's vulture. When you see them fanning their wings like that, is trying to trap the wind to cool off. Right now, food is in scarcity. It's a matter of, facing the right direction. They have amazing eyesight, and they'll pick up, dead animal or a carcass being fed on and just fly towards where it is. And, they play a very big role in getting rid of those many carcasses that the predators cannot find, so that the area doesn't get littered with rotting meat, which would cause it to smell, even cause disease. So they play a very big role. These are the main guys that we're watching. White-bearded gnu, an animal that outnumbers any other during the migration, and they have been here for about a month now, and we'll be seeing them more and more. This morning I was at the crossing. I was hoping they're gonna cross, but they didn't cross. That's why I left and came along, a long way here to the escarpment. I'll just leave you to enjoy as Big James scans around to give you an example or a view of how many there are. I am surrounded by them. A long ways up there on the screen, you'll see some males scattering. Remember, they are looking for female in estrus. It's time of the year while they hear that they mate. Yes, everybody's enjoying the grass. No tension, as you can see, all the heads down.
Now, you notice how diverse the Mara Triangle is from where Isaac was and where I am. We also got loads and thousands of wildebeest here. Just look at the scenery, the amount of food they got, and the sheer numbers of these types of animals. Well, Isaac was discussing something interesting about migration and which animals migrate, and I would say let's discuss for what reasons they migrate. For me, I think the only two main reasons why animals will migrate: breeding and food. Talking of the wildebeest that we got here, they ideally migrate because of food. Between the Mara Triangle in Kenya, or the Masai Mara in Kenya, and the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania, is a continuous annual cycle, and I would say they do not stop, but they only stop around the month of February, when some of the youngsters you're seeing here are brought down, and I would guess most of them about 5 months old, 6 months old, because normally they are born in the month of February. And all you can hear, nyeh, nyeh, nyeh. Chevy, how the families remain together. I'll tell you, out of maybe 6 wildebeest on this very difficult journey they do, we'll get a few that never make it, but their strength is in numbers, and that's how they survive. They move together, and staying together means more eyes, more senses, and that one helps them to fight the would-be predators like lions, cheetahs, hyenas, or wild dogs, or leopards. So their single strength is being together. I would say most of them now are in the Mara Triangle, from the big loads that have crossed the Mara River to this side. And Isaac, I think, is very, very close to the river, and like me, who is on the western side of the Mara Triangle. Movement is very important for them, and if you look at them carefully, it's like once they're born, they're told, put your heads down and keep going. Hope you can hear the loud calls as they move. I'm going to keep quiet for a couple of seconds. Mekatika. Sorry, Carl, something went wrong, eh? You can just hear them making noise in the background. Now, we saw buffaloes earlier, if you remember, and I'm sure the buffaloes clearly know that this time around they're off the hook in terms of being brought down by the would-be predators like lions, because it's a lot easier to bring down a wildebeest, unlike, you know, a buffalo. So buffaloes for the next, I would say, what, for a couple of months until maybe late September, early October, they know the lions will be bringing down these wildebeest, which are a lot easier to bring down, and there are many in numbers. So I'm going to show you one more quick look, and Bungay, who is on the camera, are going to do a huge span and show you how far they extend all the way, almost to the horizon. Look at that. So let's have another link to find out more or learn more about antelopes.
Across Africa, there are 72 species of antelope living in diverse habitats from desert to rainforest. On the vast plains of East Africa, speed is crucial to escape being devoured by hungry predators, and they don't come much faster than the Thompson's gazelle. Meanwhile, during the Kalahari's scorching days and frosty nights, the gemsbok's ability to regulate its temperature can come in quite useful. But none are as sneaky as the common duiker, who in the dense thickets of the Kruger woodlands rely on camouflage and stealth. In the Masai Mara, the impalas are showboaters with impressive horns. While in the Kruger, the impala are smaller, but their density is far greater. The Mara's yearly highlight is the arrival of nearly 1.5 million wildebeest. The herds further south barely compete. But it's not all about numbers, as the intimacy of a wildebeest birth in the Kruger woodlands is sublime. Each environment has its own set of rules, and every antelope species has to rise to the challenge.
Well, welcome back. Always interesting to learn the interaction between different antelopes and the predators, the migration, and also it's nice to have it happening live from the Masai Mara. Yeah, I'm still with these guys, and there is a watering hole to my left. I've positioned myself in a way that if they do decide to drink, I'll be able, to share with you a nice picture of them coming to drink. And usually it is the case when they've been, stopped in one area for very long, one will start going. The watering hole is just not very far from, yeah, there it is. And a few are starting to trickle in to come and drink. This is the kind of area I'd expect to have a predator, hiding somewhere, but I don't know, I just arrived. The water is not as clean. Actually, I would say it's very, very dirty, but for them, they have amazing bacteria in their tummies that won't affect them. I wonder if they drank our clean water, what would happen? I think they would get sick because they're used to drinking this water full of different bacteria. Yeah, remember those, walking around with their head raised up, like, the one on the shade there is a male, and he's sniffing around for, pheromones or chemicals that are sent out by females to say that, they're in season. And once he picks up, he'll follow the female, and mate with them. Yeah, I'm gonna stay here at the watering hole. Hopefully they will come in numbers, and I'll be able to show them, share them with you, while we show you something different.
Myself and Craig have been driving through some of these clearings and thickets here in the south of Ambionpinda, and we've managed to find big groups of warthogs and impalas, and now this lone giraffe bull busy striding across the open clearing and about to go. Ooh, maybe he'll turn back for us. No, he's about to head out of shot behind some thickets there, swishing that beautiful long tail as he goes, waving the flowers away. There as he disappears. I don't know if you can see, but have a look at how bright the sunlight is now, getting a little bit later in the morning. The glare coming off of his body, the day starting to heat up a little bit. This is the time when many animals like this giraffe are going to start heading towards water to go and find something to drink. And there's a bit of a water hole in that direction. And I'm sure if we keep on heading down that way, we'll also maybe come across some more different kinds of herbivores that are also heading down to go and drink. Myself and Craig now are going to go see if we can try and find some white rhinos for you. I think with the day heating up a little bit, they're going to have come out of the thickets where they would have been resting when it was a little bit cooler this morning. And hopefully we'll be able to find some out and about busy grazing, or maybe even heading down towards a mud wallow to go and roll around in the mud. But yeah, that's where everything is going, down towards water, down towards mud. So that's where we're going to go to.
So what's happened is that our leopardess, Tandi, has moved off. She finished the kill, called the cub, and they went off along the riverbed, and we thought we're not going to follow them, we'll just let them go. 2.5 hours is a pretty good return, and a wonderful time that we spent with the little cub. Now, in the interim, somebody else found what sounds like Shidulu around here, and it seems that she might be heading down towards the water to have a drink here at Treehouse Dam. So we'll knock about here and see what we can pick up. The wind is starting to howl quite unpleasantly, but that is just the way of things this month in August. And many of you agreeing that the 2.5 hours we got to spend with that cub, exceptional. Really very lucky to have had that sighting all to ourselves for that long with that light. It's great. Currently there are no leopards heading towards this water though, as far as I can see. We did have a long range view of a herd of elephants, but they were in a very thick block, so I think what we'll do is see if we can pick up where young Shidulu is. Can't hear the other vehicle because of wind. That's alright. Good, excellent. Let us move along. Treehouse Dam proving to be as productive as usual. Ah, there's the lapwing. I did see it. The blacksmith lapwing is still there. Ever faithful.
I just checked it. So as long as the game drive radio is on, then it's working. So if I look at the screen and it's blank, then I know that it's off. And it shouldn't be.
South of the drainage from Trios. There's mobile in the easterly direction.
Collies, confirm you think towards the head of the water. Just getting an update on where this leopard went.
Yeah, the other way. She's halfway down that road that goes to the south of drainage. It goes up to Trios.
Okay, sorry, was she east or west of the dam?
She's east of the dam.
Ah, okay, copy that. Got it. There is a water monitor lizard, very nearly disturbed from its glorious basking spot on that log. I take back everything I've said about Treehouse Dam. It's got a lizard living here as well as the two lapwings. Unbelievable diversity.
Cruise cam vehicle coming for rock. Yeah, sorry about it. I think my radio was down, sorry.
Okay.
If you want to park, or he doesn't really look very good.
Alright, I think let's move again. See if we can pick up Shidulu, the leopardess.
So something that might eat a monitor lizard is this grey heron, which is now at Ndlovu Dam. And I see it, it's just walking along the edge of the water and it keeps looking down. It's looking for frogs. There's not many fish in this waterhole, not yet anyway. But there's definitely a lot of frogs. We've seen the rollers eating the frogs. We've seen hammerkops and other storks. So this heron is also looking for frogs. Of course, it would eat a baby monitor lizard if there was one around. And anything else, fish or snakes that was on the water, anything that's small enough. See, look at that, look what it's doing. See that very sharp beak, it would dart it forward like a spear and actually spear small animals or catch them between the bill. But it's lightning fast. And they've got great eyesight as well, really good at spotting movement, just a flash of movement under the water. See that? Oh, it just caught something, I think, or tried to. That was pretty cool. So herons are amazing hunters and super patient. They'll sometimes stand motionless for hours and hours, waiting for the fish and the frogs to become used to the presence of the shade or of the bird. And when they come into the shade, then the bird will quickly dart out and grab it. Now what's amazing is, if you've ever seen it before, striated herons, sometimes known as green-backed herons, will often use bits of feather that they pluck out to float on the water, and when a fish or a frog comes to investigate, they catch them. So it's actually fishing. It's very intelligent. Something we don't see very often in birds is that sort of high level of intelligence. And another heron that has an incredible hunting display is the black heron. I don't know if you've seen it before, where it actually fans its wings out over its head and creates almost an umbrella appearance. And then fish come to shelter underneath the umbrella, safe from most predators, they assume. And then, of course, the heron can dart out and grab it It's very, very clever. It's almost like a ambush predator. See how slowly it moves so as not to disturb anything. Oh. I'm just going to watch this bird for a while.
Great to hear the guys talking about the hunting techniques of herons, because there's some really interesting behavior on that. We're looking at another gemsbuck, yeah, oryx, with a single horn, and it's typically your males that end up with broken horns. This is a bull. If we say male, talking about a bull, your smaller antelope, often referred to as rams, are kind of like impala size downwards and nyala size upwards, would be bulls. But it's very often your males that end up with broken horns, mostly due to fighting. So when you see an old guy like, or a bull like this, it doesn't mean because he's got a broken horn that he's out of the running. These are often your really, really strong, dominant males, and broken horns are part and parcel of what happens to them. What I wanted to show you on this animal, and unfortunately moved away before we could actually see it, he was already standing in the shade at this time of the morning. It's 9:30 in the morning, yeah? And the temperature's already picking up. We're probably sitting on about, 24 degrees now, somewhere around there. And it's going to climb. I reckon today we're probably going to go close on 30 degrees out here. And to think that this is, where we kind of going into middle of August, roughly, give or take, 2020. And the temperature's already climbing. This is going to start triggering the acacias to start flowering, and there's going to be some really exciting stuff going on here in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's also getting hotter here. We started out at around 18 degrees Celsius, and right now I think it's about 20, so it's getting warmer also here. Yeah, back to the migration, and we saw the Ruppel's griffon vulture on a tree over here. They're feeding on a carcass. I cannot see it. There is the grass is still quite high there. I don't know who killed it. There were many of them. There were marabou stock, African white-backed vulture. The one to the right there is the African white-backed vulture. The one on top of the mound is the Ruppel's griffon. That one there is a marabou stock. Yeah, one of the scavengers. The beak is not equipped for cutting, but for pulling and swallowing only. It's very good for probing in deep water or in mud for frogs or fish. They are also equipped with long legs for wading in deep water, so they can fish also, and they also can scavenge. Remind you, although it's not very good looking, it's one of the highest flying birds together with the vulture. This species of vulture, the Ruppel's griffon, is actually endangered. The main threat facing them is poisoning, not directly, but when farmers poison things like hyenas and mice, if these beautiful creatures eat them, they die from the poison. So although there are very many this time of the year, their numbers have been on the decline in the previous years. Yeah, over there we have two species of them, the African white-back, the one to the right. The one in between, we call it the dark morph, which is usually slightly darker. It's the same species as the one to the right, but it's got a darker coloration. And then the one high up, that is the Ruppel's griffon vulture. Yeah, I hope they're gonna continue eating. If not, I'm gonna move on. But for now, I'll just leave you to enjoy them. The colors, whatever they're doing, preening themselves, cleaning.
Myself and Craig have managed to find two incredibly beautiful little birds perched on a low shrub there, and it's quite tough now to see their colours because of the glare of the sun behind them. But they are two classes cuckoos. Have a look at that one at the bottom. There goes the female, but look at the male still perched there. Look at the white of his belly and then the emerald green of his back. And we've been watching them flying around in between these little shrubs, looking for little insects to feed on. And in this particular part of South Africa, I'm sure many of you may know about cuckoos and how here in Southern Africa most of them are migratory. So they're not resident, they leave Southern Africa during the winter months to go off in search of warmer climates and of food, and they come back here to breed later in the year. These classes cuckoos are different. In this part of South Africa at least, they'll stick around even during the winter months. And it just so happens that in the background, as the cuckoos fly off, a mother rhino and her calf have just appeared. Look at that. How's that for luck? So look on the right hand side, you can just make out that little bump there, concealed behind the bushes, and that's the little calf. See, with the little oxpecker now sitting on its back. And it seems like, just like we said earlier, that this mother rhino has come out of the thickets with her little one. They no doubt were sheltering during the chilly night, keeping warm, keeping out of the wind. And now that the sun's getting a little bit hotter, they're going to start moving up the hill here. There's a couple of mud wallows in these thickets here. Just a kudu, you say you thought that it was a rock. Just a kudu, you'd be forgiven for thinking that. I mean, with her head down in amongst the bushes and amongst the grass, unless she moves, can often be easily mistaken for a rock, these big rhinos, those huge grey bodies. Especially when she's so preoccupied with feeding and all you can see is her back. But look at that little oxpecker sitting on its back. Just like the cuckoo, was probably also looking for food, looking for little ticks. Any festering wounds on the rhino's body. And I'm very excited because they are heading straight towards the road, everybody. So I'm sure that if we're just patient, that these rhinos might come right out onto the road and afford us a fantastic view of them. Look how many birds are flying around them. You just see that little... I couldn't see what it was, but there's been a fork-tailed drongo that's been flitting around these rhinos, picking off all the insects. Oh, there it is, perched up in the tree just to the left of the rhino. Look at how carefully it's scanning down onto the ground, or trying to maintain its balance in the tree in the wind, using that tail of its. But watching very carefully, because of course as those rhinos move, just imagine all the grasshoppers and insects that they must... Oh, there we go, it's just dove down. And back to its perch. Here comes the rhino. Listening with those big ears. And moving quite steadily towards us. She stops and feeds, and then we kind of calm down a little bit. But then when she starts to walk, we all get excited because we think she's going to come all the way to the road. And we're going to wait here and hope for them to come to the road, and if they do, we'll call you straight back.
Shidulu the leopard has disappeared, but we have replaced her with a wonderful herd of elephants that is grazing slowly towards the shade, I think. They're feeding currently in the sun, but it's starting to warm up a bit, and I think they'll head into the thicker stuff fairly soon. Although the wind is keeping it cool. I can hear a squirrel shouting off towards the right, so maybe that's where the leopard is. We've had such a bumper leopard day again that we should probably spend a little bit of time with something else. Apparently you can't hear the squirrel, all you can hear is as this extremely enthusiastic northwest wind starts to pound us. starting to blow. Does feel a little bit like being at the coast. When my mother sent me a picture of my father on the beach this morning, and although he's in a jersey and a beanie hat, it's entirely still, whereas here it's warm and blowing. Last year was the windiest record, or windiest recorded year for quite a long time. And by quite a long time, I mean since a friend of mine started keeping records with a little weather station, and that's been for 10 years. And I wonder if this year might top that. So that was more days of wind and greater speeds in the gusts of wind.
Well, elephants, one of the big five. We got a lioness here. I love the big five. But funny, as James says, how windy it is down in South Africa. Here in Kenya or in East Africa, it's very quiet. The air is very still. It's not windy at all. And you can see, that could be justified by how that lioness is having her breakfast. Did I interrupt? No, she got cubs. I mean, she got fully grown cubs, big ones, 2 of them, and I'm not sure what might have piqued her attention to look on the direction, because from where I am I can't see anything. But you can see how still it is here, maybe compared to where James is. The lower temperature in the morning today, I'll tell you, I'll have to check, but I can tell you for a fact it's a lot warmer than in South Africa, because when we started it was rather chilly. I'm looking at maybe 25 degrees now Celsius, maybe anything close to 70 Fahrenheit, but one thing for certain, is a lot warmer than it is in South Africa. Now, this particular lioness here comes from a pride that we call the river pride. They used to be together in a bigger pride, and when she got her cubs, most cats, when they're just about to drop their litter, they tend to move away to some nice place to den. And as soon as she moved away, apparently since last year, she did not rejoin the river pride, and she has been on her own. She has seen her cubs grow, and they've fully, I would say, almost adults now, and she's a very big hunter. Very successful, as much as what I think she's feeding on is a youngster wildebeest. She doesn't look like she was a very big prey. It looks like a calf to me. And she's eating it under the bushes of the orange-leafed croton, which make very good shade, those bushes, number one. And number two, lions have known that those bushes act like insect repellent. It's very unusual to see any insect like flies or any sort of insect that could come and irritate, the lions, or any cat, even cheetahs. So they'll always first use their tongues. Oops, you see how young that is? Let me try and reposition so they could have a different look of this lioness having breakfast.
We've moved ever so slightly, everybody, and This rhino cow has just decided to stop, it seems, and the calf has taken the opportunity to flop down for a bit of a rest. There it is there in the bushes. You just see its long ears and its little horn sticking out of the long grass. Here comes Mom. Almost saying to her calf, come on. Not time for resting just yet. We've got ground to cover, grass to eat. Still slowly moving along. Brennan, you're asking about the difference between a white and a black rhino. Brennan, so these rhinos here in front of us, see how they're walking with their heads close to the ground. And I don't know if you were able to notice earlier when they were looking towards us how they've got a square-shaped mouth, and that helps us to identify them as white rhino. So white rhino, they've got that square-shaped mouth. They walk with their head close to the ground normally. They're a bit bigger. They feed on grass. And then in the case of a black rhino, they have a hooked shaped lip because they feed on leaves and twigs. They're a little bit smaller, and they walk with their head held out in front of them. That's kind of where the neutral neck position, so to speak, is for a black rhino. And I'd love to show you in the animal book, seeing as we're now losing sight of these rhinos as they head down the hill, because it always helps to have a picture to go off of as they go down the hill there. So there we are, there's the black rhino. See, with its hook-shaped lip down there, and there it is compared to a human being for size. That's another important difference is the different sizes between the two rhinos, the black rhino being slightly smaller because of its habit of living in, or typically is found in, much denser bush, and so being a little bit smaller enables it to move around a bit more easily. In comparison, the white rhino, quite a bit of a bigger animal, and then there's that very characteristic square-shaped mouth. Another interesting difference, I find this quite helpful, especially when rhinos are in thick bush and you can't really see their faces or see their bodies too well. You can just kind of see their backs. If you look at this white rhino, hump on the back of its neck, and see when this, of course, when it normally walks around, its head is held close to the ground. So as soon as it lifts its head, it forms this bunch of muscle at the back of the neck. The black rhino doesn't have that. And then also looking at the saddle of this little white rhino calf over here, look at how the saddle on the back is quite shallow. The black rhino, it's quite a deep saddle, quite a pronounced saddle. And that's how from a distance you can tell the difference between the two species.
Guys, sorry, I'm just hearing people behind me, so I'm wondering if maybe I should not be standing out in... But the impalas are fine around me and no one said anything to me in Game Drive Radio. Anyway, I'm off the vehicle, and I told you that the bush said to me last night, obviously I just said to myself that I'd like to show you some nice colors. And this is an excellent display of the bush's colors. So this is a silver cluster leaf that has been pushed over by an elephant. And you can see that it's got amazing colors. First we've got the outer bark, which is grey and quite fissured. Then there's an inner bark, which is a little bit difficult to see, but it's kind of this area here. Just there, slightly brown or redder. And the cambium is such a thin layer. The tree cambium is the area of cells that is alive and active. And so it's difficult to see because it's very thin. But here, in this unnaturally positioned piece of bark that is not from this tree, but I pulled it from another tree to show you the cambium, you can see this lovely reddy orange color that is just beautiful. And that's a bit difficult to see when we look at the whole trunk here. So then we have that browny color for the inner bark, or the phloem bark, or phloem wood. Then we have a thin layer of the cambium, which is that gorgeous reddy brown color, orange almost. And then when we go inward from there, we have the xylem wood, or the sapwood. And that's this really, really nice, almost, it looks like turmeric. It may be difficult to see because of the sun at the moment, but literally it looks like turmeric, the type of color that it is. And then in the center here, this browner wood, that's the heartwood. It's right in the center, which is basically dead xylem wood or sapwood. And then in the middle we have a little hole, and that is the pith. Sometimes it can be a big hole, sometimes it can have little chambers, and sometimes it doesn't have to be a hole at all, it's just part of the wood, but you'll see it as this tiny dark circle in the middle. So this is an absolutely stunning array of colors that the bush has decided to offer us. We've got, it kind of looks like a turmeric latte, in my opinion, with a touch of cinnamon and maybe a sprinkle of cayenne pepper on the top. At least that's what I think. Anyway, we're going to keep on going. So when we were driving around earlier, when you may have heard me chatting about the radios, we had a very, very strong scent of leopard urine, which smells like buttered popcorn. In fact, Theo said to me, that smells like popcorn. And I thought, isn't that nice? Isn't that nice when somebody who doesn't know that it smells like popcorn actually recognizes it as popcorn? Well done, Theo. So I just want to go back onto Triple M where I smelt it and have a quick look. Now if I get stopped along the way because I see cute little things or beautiful colors, there's all sorts of shades of yellow and red and orange and brown and grey and green. If I see those shades I will surely show you, but for now I'm going to head further west onto Triple M.
Well, from a world of botany with Trishala, let's come back to the mamos and let's go back to the dining table. A few of you could be a bit squeamish here, but again, you know, is what it is. And I'm saying squeamish when you look at the size of that was a wildebeest before, because it's pretty young. To me, it's pretty young calf. But it's normally not very easy also for the predators to hunt, and they'll always take the easiest and the shortest route to bring down their prey. So having seen it was a baby, I'm sure maybe that's how she ended up knowing this will be my target. Just look on the legs, and especially the forelegs. You can see how smooth they are. Louise, good question. When do the wildebeest move? Do I think, or do they only move during the day? Louise, wildebeest move both day and during the day. I feel much safer. You'll see them doing a little bit more of nice coverage of kilometers or miles than when it's rather dark, because when it's dark they know they're very vulnerable to predators. They would easily maybe fall in holes and, you know, fracture their legs or just blindly end up in the wrong place. But more during the day, Louise, than at night. See how she's steering the flesh there. And again, sorry for those of you who are a bit squeamish, but this is the cycle of life out in the African bush. See, as she lifts up that carcass, you can tell how small it is. You know how the rib cage is designed for most of the animals, including ourselves. Right here, this sternum. And from that carcass, if you look carefully, it's like the sternum is gone. And the females normally do not break the bones of their prey. But this being such a young calf, you notice she has been able to break the bones. Well, the big males, the lions, of course, have more jaw power, and they'll break and crush many bones. But if you look carefully, she hasn't able to or break a few of the bones because it's a very, I would say, very tender sorry, baby wildebeest. and I say lucky mama lioness, because she got her cubs. You may not be able to see them nicely now, but they are rather behind her. But I got a feeling the cubs most likely could have eaten before her, which is a very good sign of a good mama. So try and go around these bushes and see whether I'll be lucky to see the cubs. If not, we'll be able to move on.
Welcome back, everyone. We have come across something really amazing. Now have a look inside this little lala palm frond. Can you see that kind of mass of sticks and white little balls? It's a nest. And looking carefully at the fibers, well, firstly I should just let you know there's nothing inside the nest, and it looks old and abandoned, so there's nothing wrong with us coming to investigate it. It's not being used. We're not disturbing any birds by doing this, but it's been constructed out of fibers from this palm, from this ilala palm, and it's got lots of bird droppings around it. So there's obviously been a bird that used it maybe last season, and I had a look around from the other side, and those fronds carry on all the way down the stem of the palm. And this particular nest, the way that it's constructed, the way that it looks, and the fact that it's in this ilala palm, it tells us that it belongs to a very special bird. Now I'm going to let go of the fronds that I can show you in the bird book. It belongs to a bird called a lemon-breasted canary, and it's a very special bird because it's endemic to the Maputo coastal plain here in South Africa and Mozambique. And here is a picture of it. Very pretty little canary. So there's the male there with that very yellow breast where it gets its name from, the lemon-breasted canary. By comparison, the female slightly more drab in color. And then there's a very basic drawing of the nest. So see there the green, the palm fronds, and then that long kind of like strip of palm fibers from the lala palm that gets put together, and then on the end of it is that little cup with where the eggs go, and that's exactly what we were looking at there. Now there's not very much known about the breeding habits of the lemon-breasted canary. They've only really kind of recently discovered where the nests are built and how they're built, kind of in the late 1900s, so not too much that we know about it, but pretty cool we were able to find one and show it to you. We're trying very hard to try and find you the actual bird to show on camera, and hopefully that will be the next step. But very, very, very exciting to actually get to see the nest. SP, you're saying interesting just to see the palm. Absolutely, it's again a plant that we do find quite frequently here in Maputo land, and a plant that is not really found in the same concentrations elsewhere. So very special, yeah, just to show you the lala palm. But yeah, I just about lost my mind when I came around the corner and saw that little nest sticking out of the palm leaves. So super excited we're able to show it to you, and hopefully we're able to find, like I said, able to find the bird for you at some stage too. From here, myself and Craig are going to carry on towards a waterhole, and we're going to see if there's maybe some interesting birds, or perhaps even the lemon-breasted canary, being a bird species that feeds on seeds. It often needs to drink, so by going to a waterhole, maybe we'll get lucky and have a couple of them come down to drink. But yes, a fantastic find.
A lemon-breasted canary was one of the very first birds I actually ever saw, and although it's endemic to Pinda, it was when I was a trainee at Pinda, and I had absolutely no idea about anything whatsoever, and somebody said, "Oh, there's a lemon-breasted canary," and I said, "Oh, well, you know, that's nice. Good thing." And so it was, an endemic to the Maputo land region of South Africa. So that's great, especially that you've had the nest. Now we've come up here because there were rumours of cheetah and cheetah tracks, but I think they're on the reserve next door to us. But I was hoping just to see the track actually, because I think it might be quite interesting. If I can show you the track, it won't be interesting at all if all I can show you is a bit of road. Unfortunately, it would seem that the cars and the wind have destroyed any evidence. It's a long time since we saw a cheetah track. Maybe there's one there. And they are so distinct from leopards. Yes, there they are. Here we go. This one's not bad. Let me move that this way. This one's slightly obscure. Okay, so BK, it's that scuff on the ground over there. Yeah, it's not on Djuma, unfortunately, Dizzy. It seems to be on Torchwood over here. So we're at the northeast corner of Djuma. Here's the track. Now, I must confess to you that if I saw just that scuff, I'd have to look very carefully. And I may have come up with cheetah, but because I don't expect to see cheetah here, I would probably just say it was a leopard who'd been moving quite quickly. You can see that it's a cheetah, though, from the kind of elongated nature of the front toes, and you would ordinarily be able to see the claws. Now let me just move a little bit further along here, because I think they moved this way. Yeah, they did. I'm just going to quickly check if there's a better one. The wind and the vehicles, I'm afraid, have really made them a little bit obscure. But apparently 4 of them came along here. Yeah, there's another track there. I don't know how fresh these are. Anyway, nice to know that they're around, and not impossible that we could see them. Perhaps they'll come across to the dam at Buffelshoek to have a drink later. We're going to go there now and see if we can pick something up. See if anything there is having a drink in this hot and blustery morning. Black Widow, all you see is a lot of tyre tracks. Well, I suppose that's fair enough. Here's quite a nice one. Here's a really nice one, actually. You see here, BK? Is this alright? Alright, so what you can see here, very clearly, is a 3-lobed back pad. But the 3 lobes are actually quite sharp. So you wouldn't expect to have such sharp keeled indents in a leopard track. And then here very clearly you can see the claws. And you can see that the track is exploded. The back pad is quite a long way from the front pad. And if this was a hyena track, that toe would be much closer in to the back pad. It also wouldn't have 3 lobes. So that's quite a nice cheetah track there. Good. Unfortunately, all going away from where we can go. On to the dam.
Well, that is awesome. I'm so glad that there were some cheetah tracks. Apparently there were 4 cheetah. Well, I mean, the tracks showed that there were 4 cheetah. Perhaps that's why this guy, yes you, a vervet monkey on the top of this marula, is giving itself a good vantage point, although I doubt it's able to see all the way to the eastern boundary. But that is an excellent vantage point, don't you think? It's a bit of a loner. Everyone is apparently saying, "Yay, monkey! Yay, monkey, indeed!" All the South Africans out there will know that these monkeys are generally not the ones that get our praises. They're very, very smart. Very, very cunning. and some very interesting stories about what monkeys have done in people's houses, vervets especially. Yes, it's swaying quite a bit. Are you feeling ill, monkey? Or maybe you're having fun. That looked like a bit of fun. Indigo Girl, you say it's a rodeo up in that tree. This monkey is waiting for it to level up. What is this? It's time to put both your arms in the air, monkey, and show us how it's done. No, guys, it's very contemplative, bit of meditation for this morning. Well, in fact, up there it'll be really nice and warm. A great spot to watch from, especially since it's kind of about maybe halfway up the crest, the rise, and it can see Twin Dams very well, and even the Mulwati, because of the position of the tree. So it's a great spot. It really, really is. Its troop will be nearby. Oh, that was a good sway. Chris, you'd like to know, well, why is he alone? I'm quite sure that the rest of the troop is around. I saw some movement in the trees by the drainage just below him. Actually, I don't know if this is a male or a female. So the rest of the troop is around, I'm quite sure. Monkeys, much like us, and more than other animals do, they kind of, what is a correct way to say this? Kind of think for themselves and do what they feel. And that sometimes you may get a random monkey sitting on top of a tree, or a random monkey sitting on top of our roof, or on your car, or whatever. And they just feel like, for lack of a better explanation. Now this is an adult. It's quite large. I've seen few monkeys, or few vervet monkeys that are larger than this one. It looks male, but I haven't seen the correct parts to know for sure. So the male would be about 5.5 kgs, female's about 4. So this looks like an adult male, and I think he's just looking out, looking at his troop, and looking at the area that he's in.
Once more wildebeest, these ones on the move, in company of cattle egrets and zebra. Yeah, these cattle egrets are taking advantage of all the insects that the wildebeest are disturbing. That one is riding jockey. I wonder how he learned that. Yeah, the wildebeest is not very happy or amused. Oh, everybody seems to like him. Maybe he's got ticks they want to pick or so do something. I can imagine, taking a ride on a four-legged animal. Very interesting. Yeah, it looks like he's, good balancer. Yeah, everybody's on a mission here. They are not the only ones. We're gonna be sharing with you how, heavy or how many they are. They're very, 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 very many. They stretch about a kilometer to my right or in front of me and the back, and all of them are aimed towards the river or a watering hole. Everybody's on a mission this morning. These guys can go without drinking for up to about 2-3 days, but they have to drink almost once a week, and once they drink they can take a good amount of water. Yeah, look at all those guys there. They're very smart, the cattle egrets. They know that if they stay on the ground, they will be disturbed by the wildebeest, and everybody is parked on top of the of the wildebeest. Yeah, those wildebeest have found us, Yeah, Butterfly, thank you for your question. You ask why they travel together. Well, it is said that the zebra prefer the top layer of the grass and the wildebeest the lower, and that's why the zebra lead and then the wildebeest follow. Sometimes they get lost along the way and get mixed up, and I'm sure everybody still finds his niche to feed on. But also, I call it a multi-species association, where when they're together, it's much easier to detect danger, so survival becomes higher when they're together, because zebras have got good sense of hearing, good sense of sight. The same applies to the wildebeest, and so when they're together, it means survival is increased. Yeah, I hope I have answered your question, but both of the species are travelers. They are migrators. They don't stick, to the same area throughout the year. They will migrate to the Serengeti and back. Of course, of this, both species, we have resident ones that reside in southern Serengeti, places like Ngorongoro, Tarangire, those places that have got permanent water and grazing land. Also in Kenya, places like Aitong, the Loiters, we have our resident wildebeest. Places like Naboisho, we have resident ones that reside here throughout the year, both the zebra and the wildebeest, but a big number of them are forced to move, because once they deplete what they're eating, majority will leave. The smart ones, or so I call them, remain, and they become the residents. You can see, we haven't seen one twice, believe me. They are moving, constantly they are moving. Yeah, they're moving constantly. Looks like they're on a mission. They need a drink. I don't know if you can hear their calls. It goes like this. Yeah, I'll leave you to have a listen. Hope they call. Yeah, those are the calls. We sometimes say they are discussing in a language that we can understand, and they are saying north, south, and then one decides to go south, everybody follows, then halfway down the road one decides north, okay, they turn around and go north. Yeah, that's why it's an animal with a brain of its own. Here you can tell it's mainly females and the yearlings, migrating, moving along, trying to stay very close to one another so they don't lose their mothers or the young ones. Lisa, thank you for your question. You asked me how big is the Mara. Total area is around 1,500 square kilometers. It's quite a huge expanse of land. That is the main game reserve, both Triangle and the Greater Mara. The area surrounding it is almost 3 times its size, about 3,500 square kilometers, and that is subdivided to human habitated area and a few conservancies. When I see conservancies, these are privately ran areas that play like buffer zones between human and wildlife, and they have created larger areas for the wildlife to roam. So I hope I have answered and actually extended your answer to make you, understand how bigger the area surrounding the Mara is. Yes, and in between the greater and the triangle, it is separated by the beautiful or the mighty Mara River.
It is a giraffe looking towards the Mulwati. And Theo has told me that we are familiar with this giraffe. It has an injury there on the back right leg. And he says that the left eye, which I can't see and you can't see at the moment, is not in the best shape. But I must say that this giraffe, he looks fabulous. I mean, he's got really a lot of knobs on his head, definitely. His ossicones are very bold. He's got a big, round, bulbous third eye, shall we say. Calcified knob on his forehead, which many males have, by the way. They're just not as pronounced. And on his back, behind his two ossicones, there's also a big round knob. So I'm waiting to have a look at the eye. So he's definitely seen perhaps better days in terms of injuries, but I think he looks really good. He's nice and dark. His coat looks good. Look at that. He's got a gorgeous mane. We have some ox pickers. Hello. Red-billed oxpeckers. I've been keeping my eye out for some yellow-billed oxpeckers as we've been driving around today. Just had a feeling, but didn't see any yet. Standing very, very, very still. Apparently I need to see this eye. All in good time, I'm sure. He's not actually very, very tall. Quite sure I've seen males that are taller than him. But he's giving the Mulwati a proper stare. As you know, giraffes will do that when of course they're looking at something that concerns them. But this dove is definitely not concerning him.
Wild Earth relies on support from viewers like you to carry on broadcasting our daily live shows. A small donation goes a long way in helping us on our mission to connect the world with nature. Please visit our support page to see how you can help and become part of the Wild Earth family.
Yeah, welcome back. We just changed the angle, and those ones have decided that, they're not going to walk, they're going to run. Yeah. They have endurance, the wildebeest, and at that trot, they can run, long ways. Yeah, slow down to cross the road, maybe checking traffic, and then, across we go. And it's a line that stretches, past the road and down past me. When flying over the Mara, the tracks they form look like spider's web, very, very, very many. And I think for sure they are going towards the river because there's no water around this area. Of all the areas I've been, this is the area without water. And you might think, I'm going around the same area, but I tell you, I've been covering ground, believe me. Yeah, those ones look like bright ones. You don't run, in tall grass. Just in case, there is a predator, so you have to be very careful. Yeah, we're gonna watch them walk there. Hopefully there is nothing to spook them, but who am I to say anything?
Myself and Craig have managed to find a small group of warthogs. Everyone, look at this. Busy feeding in this open clearing. Look at that little one on the far right. How much smaller it is than the other two. See how it hasn't even started to get its tusk yet. More than likely a youngster from last year. And looking to the left of it, it looks like it's maybe mum. And then a sub-adult male behind her. So just a little group of warthogs taking company in each other, kind of an added set of ears and eyes and nostrils to keep a lookout for danger. Look at how that little one on the right is busy rooting around, taking up that typical warthog feeding posture. And I think these warthogs they look like they're slowly heading down towards a bit of a waterhole to maybe go and drink and maybe roll in the mud. And we're going to leave them and keep making our way down there to see if there's anything else.
That would be awesome. A drink sounds good. I hope that our giraffe here had a drink before it decided to stay very, very still. It looks a little bit like a pointer at the moment. It's leaning forward. And the back leg is stretched out a bit. Oh, there we go. Getting a bit better. Pulling back just a little bit. Whatever it is that it's seen is on the ground, and I can't see it, so I don't think it is a predator or a big predator, land predator like a cat or anything like that. I have a feeling it might be maybe a snake or something else that it's not too happy about. Bella, you'd like to know if giraffes make any sounds? Yes, they do. They can huff and grunt and things like that, which is a result of air through the nose. But they also have an infrasonic hum. So you know how we speak about elephants, and elephants can communicate on a frequency that we can't hear because it's very, very low. Giraffes can do a similar thing. In fact, it was recorded in zoos where this type of thing can be observed and recorded much easier than it can in the wild. And they use this to communicate with each other within the zoo, which I think is quite fascinating, which would also mean that the giraffes out here in the wild are doing it too. And because it's infrasonic, so it's a very low frequency, the sound waves are larger and can travel further. I would love to know at what frequency they communicate and whether elephants can actually pick up what they communicate or what sounds they use to communicate between themselves. Elephants use anything from 1 to about 35 hertz, and we are about 20 to 20,000 in our hearing. Wouldn't it be cool if giraffes and elephants could hear each other? I certainly think so. Well, I thought maybe we'd get another look at, or it would show us the eye. I managed to see just briefly. Oh, there we go. There we go. It just needed to be prompted. Thank you so much, boy. Your eye does look like it's seen better days. Lots and lots of calluses on the giraffe. which is interesting. But like I said, he doesn't look in bad condition, apart from the calluses. In fact, even that injury that was on his leg looked a little bit calloused and then almost pulled, or something like that. Whatever has happened to him, he's definitely doing pretty well. And almost looks like a tree with one of those little hollows. See, giraffe, you are beautiful. Don't let all these calluses make you think that something's wrong with you.
I'm not sure what the physical property is of water that makes wind move even faster over it. But goodness, it is howling into our faces now as we sit at the waterhole in front of camp where the impalas are having a drink, as is one lonely waterbuck. I also saw a little grebe, but I suspect the little grebe has got seasickness, because there are enormous waves upon the water here. Trying to keep my head out of the wind so it doesn't just sound like roaring air. Oh, and an Egypto goose. Yes, you certainly could go surfing in this water. Big wave surfing. Who needs the big waves of Jeffreys Bay, Cape Town, Dungeons, when you could have Vuyatela Dam, the next big wave surfing hotspot. The impalas will probably try and stay out in the open as much as they can today, while this wind howls. I imagine they'll be quite nervy in this sort of weather. Although maybe someone's told them that Tandi's full and Shudulu's not close by. Claramba could easily be close by though. She might have other things on her mind though. What with her having been seen mating with Molwati.
Look at these lovely colors. Just along the way, heading home, and we see this russet bush willow with some gorgeous, gorgeous colors, from deep reds and browns to these really bright yellows and the greens. Sometimes a little limey green, sometimes a little dark. Just gorgeous. And as you know, it all has to do with the science behind it, the pigments, the chlorophyll, the carotenoids, and the anthocyanins. All those are very, very, very pretty colors. I'm very happy to show you. Well, you're all happy that I am back. I am certainly happy that I am back too. And hopefully that means that our adventure for the next 3 weeks will be quite exciting. I hope so. We've got Strokey, we've got Pokey, and some other additions to the dissection kit. Unfortunately, I did not bring a host of chemicals with me this time, which is a shame, because I would have liked to show you the pigment. Butterfly, you say it's a happy yellow. It really is a happy yellow for a happy day, right? Stunning. Well, off home we head back to our lovely camp. So thank you guys for your questions and your comments. We will see you this afternoon for Sunset Safari. Bye for now.